Good evening and welcome to the Menlo Park City Council meeting. This is May 7th, our special and regular City Council meeting. I am Cecilia Taylor. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited. First, I'll take roll call. I'd like to introduce City Council members and staff present: Vice Mayor Drew Combs, City Council members Maria Dorr, Betsy Nash, and Jen Willison. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, and our City Attorney Nira Doherty, and our City Clerk Judy Heron. Ms. Heron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. And again, echoing a welcome to our special and regular meeting of May 7th. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for comment on that item, if you are participating virtually, we ask that you engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. If you are participating in person, we ask that you complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. That includes my instructions. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Heron. The first item on our agenda is closed session. We will begin with the closed session item. City Clerk Heron, please call for public comment on the closed session item C1.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on closed session item C1, conference with labor negotiators, if you are participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, press *9. If you're in person, you can complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on our closed session item C1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Heron. And at this time, the City Council will adjourn this meeting and reconvene in closed session. We will reconvene our open meeting before 6 p.m. Thank you.
Okay. Having our city council back at the chambers days, Mayor Taylor, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you. Good evening again. I am Mayor Cecilia Taylor, and I would like to recall to order the City Council's May 7th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be. I would like to do roll call again. I would like to reintroduce City Council members and staff present, Vice Mayor Drew Combs, City Council members Maria Dorr, Betsy Nash, and Jen Willison. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. And again, re-echoing a welcome to our May 7th special and regular city council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for comment on that item, if you are participating virtually, we ask that you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. That concludes my instructions. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item is item F, report from closed session. For the report from closed session, I'll introduce our city attorney, Nira Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm reporting out on 2 closed sessions. The closed session from this evening and the closed sessions from last week. And there's no reportable action from any of those closed sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. The next item on our agenda is item G, presentations and proclamations. We have 3 proclamations this evening. City Clerk Herron, please call for public comment on items G1, G2, or G3.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item G1, Proclamation for Mental Health Month, G2, a proclamation for Jewish American History Month, or G3, Proclamation for Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, participating virtually, please engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table. Turn to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on our proclamation items G1 through G3. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Item G1, Mental Health Month. The first proclamation is for Mental Health Month. Mental Health Month was established in 1949 to increase awareness of the importance of mental health and wellness in people's lives and to celebrate recovery from mental illness. Mental Health Month is one of the best times of the year to increase awareness and inspire action to reduce stigma against those with mental health and substance use conditions. This year's theme for May Mental Health Month is Heal Through Connection. Mental Health Month gives us all a valuable opportunity to celebrate the tremendous strides this nation has made in promoting mental health and increasing the public's knowledge that effective services and support are available. Here to accept the proclamation is Frida Edgett, San Mateo County Behavioral Health Commissioner, and John Butler, San Mateo County Mental Health Month Planning Committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilman Combs, Councilwoman Nash, Councilwoman Dorr, and Councilwoman Willison. I saw Frida at Coffee Bar yesterday. She's doing like 3 other cities, so I'm taking care of this tonight. But so I appreciate that I've been here. Like, this is 4th year coming before you during Mental Health Month and Suicide Prevention Month. We have over 330 million Americans in our country, and over 16 million of those will experience a mental health crisis or challenge in their lifetime. The average time period is like mid-20s when this erupts, but that's not necessarily consistent. So, so that'll be a one-time experience. uh, over a period of time or throughout our lifetimes. The population of Menlo Park is almost 31,000 people. So that means 1,500 of us will have these experiences. Population of this room is about 25 people. So including myself, there are 4 others here who potentially have mental health challenges at one time or another. And unfortunately, up to 1 in 3 of us also have suicidal ideation. And there's a period where we will come out of a psychiatric unit and our friends or family will say, they've been through enough, we should leave them alone. And that's actually the worst decision for a friend or family member to make. Within 3 months of coming out of a psychiatric unit after suicidal ideation, we're more likely to end our lives. So I don't really care about statistics, but maybe it helps you remember. I like that Maya Angelou says, people will not remember what you say, or kind of the facts you give, but they'll remember how they make you feel. And I hope that I'm pretty sure you've always, and including Chief Norris being regular, know how I feel. And I'm certain that you remember that, as Maya says. I can't overstate how terrible and how much suffering is involved with mental health challenges. Unfortunately, the majority of Americans are ignorant or totally do not care. It's a shame. But I realize that what we go through is doesn't make sense. You've heard, get over it. Why do you feel that way? It's going to pass. But it doesn't. And that's not what we need to hear. What we need to hear is, I'm hearing what you're saying. That must be very hard. Tell me more. Active listening. If you don't know anything about mental health challenges, that's the best thing you can do for us. So when you encounter someone like myself or one of us, please just listen. You don't have to give us a solution. Listening is the best solution. Fortunate that I've had a lot of trainings through San Mateo County and NAMI San Mateo since 2016 at no cost. And I'm fortunate that I never believed I'd have a career in my life. I had no reason to think I would, but I do today. And also fortunate that the 7 and now close to 8 family members that have left my life, the 7 that I was unable to say goodbye to, that the childhood traumas, the losses, the tragedies, especially the loss of my daughter when she was 13, and the suffering, all have a reason. All have a reason. Pain is always a gift to me. And I know you've had different kinds of suffering or pain in your lives, but it's a gift because it transformed us to becoming something we were not prior to that pain. And I'm just grateful to be the man I am today. Honestly, very respected throughout San Mateo County mental health community and admired. And this is ego. What's the word? Ego integrity. Yeah. So knowing the best part of yourself and living from that space. And the final thought I have is that when someone says, "Oh, you're John Butler, I've heard of you," or someone says, "I've spoken," they say, "Oh, thank you for what you said. It meant this much to me." To be honest with you, I can't speak about mental health and what I do and receiving compliments without saying that some of you in this room probably feel the same way. That my prayer every morning is that, so God is love. Whenever we experience love, whether we believe in a God, deity, or anything or not, that's when we experience God. And my wish, my prayer every morning is, God, I know your love. Send your love through me, out my heart to the others. And that's what they're experiencing. I swear to God, I take credit for my gifts, but I would not have anything that I have today without, and I hope you experience it in your lives, um, the reality of whatever God you understand, whatever spirituality you understand. I'm not, I'm traditionally raised, but spirituality is expansive and unending. So it's really good. So anyway, thank you for this. And I believe in spirituality because I believe if we can hear the spirit, or it can heal the mind to a great extent. I'm grateful to have this gift. Thank you for allowing us to speak again and giving us this proclamation tonight. It really means a lot that you and the Board of Supervisors as well support who we are, and believe in us despite our deficits. So thank you.
The next proclamation is for Jewish American history. Jewish American Heritage Month recognizes Jewish contributions to American culture, history, military, science, government, and more. This was a result of a concerted effort by Jewish American leaders to introduce resolutions in both the U.S. Senate and the House urging the President to proclaim a month specifically recognizing Jews in America and their positive impact to the United States. During Jewish American Heritage Month, we celebrate the immeasurable impacts of Jewish values and culture on our nation's character and recommit to realigning the promise of America for all Jewish Americans. We celebrate the contributions, culture, and values that they have passed down from generation to generation and that have shaped who we are as Americans. The next proclamation is American Pacific Islanders Heritage Month. In the month of May, we take time to reflect and celebrate the important role that Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have played in our shared history. In 1978, Congress passed a resolution to commemorate Asian American Heritage Week during the first week of May, and in 1990 was expanded into a month-long celebration. Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a celebration of the culture, traditions, and history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States. We celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities whose ingenuity, grit, and perseverance have pushed our great American experiment forward. The next item on our agenda is our study session. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the City Council for action. Item H1, provide direction on a proposal to install flock fixed automated license plate readers citywide. Here to introduce this item is our chief, Dave Norris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, honored council. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to re-engage in this discussion that we began last fall. So thank you for allowing us to again bring this back for some further discussion and to answer some questions that I know that you all had the last time around. So I'll ask Judy to move to the first slide for me. So this is just our purpose tonight, which many of you already know. which is to reengage in our ongoing discussion on fixed license plate readers to understand and address any questions or concerns from our public and from our city council. And the direction that I am looking for here is, if this is acceptable, for direction to proceed with preparation for public safety deployment of fixed automated license plate readers through the 24-25 budget process. Judy, you can move it on to the next one. So just a very, very quick overview and review of license plate readers and Menlo Park PD. So we currently have 3 vehicles that are equipped with mobile license plate readers at this time. Those vehicles have been equipped for about the last 10 years or so. And license plate data retention is controlled by city ordinance and restricted to 6 months of time and then deleted. We are also, as the police department, in agreement with Flock Safety for sharing information with other agencies that deploy fixed ALPRs. And we've been in agreement with them and with some of those other agencies for sharing. All of those are California agencies, by the way, since 2022. So next slide, please. I think the last time you may remember that I said it was easier to just draw you a picture. I drew you a picture again, and this is just a very quick overview of what license plate readers do. And so the license plate readers, the fixed license plate readers that we're talking about, they take data from the environment, that is vehicles, basic vehicle description, and license plate characters, date, time, and location. That becomes data through this equipment system. That is data that we own as Menlo Park. And that goes to 2 places. One is it gets cross-checked against what would be called a hot sheet. In other words, active crime vehicles, whether those are stolen vehicles or vehicles related to other crimes, which would result in triggering an alert to officers who are actually working out on the street. And it also goes to a database where it is stored. And in the case of fixed license plate readers, that data is stored for 30 days through Flock's database. But again, that data we own. We're able to search that data as needed through Flock's database, but that is our data. The data there is retained by Flock for 30 days and then it is deleted. But the data that we pull through our automated license plate readers and potentially through these fixed license plate readers could be retained by Northern California Regional Intelligence Center for up to 6 months and then deleted by city ordinance. But the data that goes into the Flock database only stays there for 30 days. And that's the more robust information with the vehicle description. The license plate, date, time, and location could potentially go to NCRIC for longer. And then officers can inquire with that database system, both the system that's held by NCRIC and the system that is the Flock database for investigations. That requires an officer identification number as well as a case or an incident number and a specific nature of the request. And all of that is audit and trackable. And we would also have a transparency portion of this that we currently do with our mobile license plate readers, the quarterly reporting. And then Flock facilitates with agencies that are using fixed license plate readers, a transparency portal that lists all of the pertinent information about their systems and what their systems are doing that's accessible to the public. Judy, you can move it again. So very quickly, let's talk about why Flock, and I'm going to try and move through this presentation as quickly as we can because I know we have a robust agenda today. But far less expensive per unit than mobile license plate readers. Just as a reminder, the mobile license plate readers are around $15,000 per vehicle to install, and the fixed license plate readers are around $3,000 per unit to install. And a user-friendly, robust database. The added characteristics of a vehicle description, like a make and color of vehicle, is critically important for cases that we might talk about later, where the license plate is either obstructed or it's cold plated and switched to something else, or other means that criminal element takes to try and hide that license plate number. The extra description is really important for our investigators. Fixed license plate readers are far more objective and indiscriminate than mobile ALPRs. We've talked about that before as well. If you have a mobile LPR that's being driven around by an officer on patrol. That is really subject to the style of where that officer patrols and how they patrol. License plate readers that are fixed 24/7, 365, they're just pulling data in a location. That is about as unbiased as you can get in terms of the collection of that data. And so we find that to be a better, less discriminatory way to collect that data. And then law enforcement information sharing. So that one thing that we do know, and there's a lot of discussion back and forth on what data do we have that says that license plate readers are a good technology, a valuable technology. The one thing that we absolutely know is that they assist and they aid in follow-up investigations, and they allow us to much more quickly and efficiently get to a suspect and hold that suspect accountable for crime. That's something that license plate readers do about as well as anything in the industry. And so we know that for a fact. And that would lead to follow-up arrests as I have there. And then the transparency portal, I think, is an important piece to mention under YFLOC. This is a way so that we can constantly reflect to the community what it is that we're doing with this information and how we're holding ourselves accountable to it. The illustration that I have on the right-hand side of the slide that you're seeing is some very kind of overview information. The areas that you see that are highlighted in yellow or in the lighter color there are the jurisdictions that already have or are planning and implementing, in other words, already approved fixed license plate readers established in those jurisdictions. And then the small jurisdiction that you see that's in the darker color or the green color, that's Menlo Park. And I understand East Palo Alto, which also currently doesn't have license plate readers, is having similar initial discussions to what we've been talking about over the last several months. But as you can see, this is a very overwhelming amount of fixed license plate readers that are being deployed Bay Area wide. We believe that there are good reasons for that. And you can move the slide, Judy. So, actually, Judy, would you move back just quickly for one moment? You'll see underneath the points that I have there, I have what looks like some last names and colleges and some dates. I wanted to make sure that you know that I'm looking for information that I can find that is somewhat evidence-based, that are included in academic research studies where there is an affiliation between the facts that I'm placing in these slides and some kind of an academic study that validates that in some way. The information is still emerging and it's still incomplete. This is a new technology and there's a lot more to learn, but there are some academic studies out there, and the names that you see up there are some of the industry leading names in criminology and research and law enforcement and public safety. Okay, go ahead and go to the next one. So, again, this strategic and objective placement, equitable deployment of this technology across the entire jurisdiction of Menlo Park is important to us. And then we've had some discussions about the deterrent to criminal activity. Does this technology stop, say, these residential burglaries or these other crimes that are happening? And while we know that some crimes are spontaneous and they are crimes of opportunistic criminals who will take advantage of a situation that is able for them to commit some type of crime, we know that those may not be easy to predict. But what we do know in terms of proactive deterrence is that if we have fixed license plate readers that are set around our jurisdiction in the ingress and egress areas, that they will provide alerts on cars that are attached to criminal activity, and that we are able to either arrest people who are in those cars or chase them out of town. And that will provide some type of deterrent effect because those people are involved already in the criminal element. And often people use stolen cars and cars that are noticeably or demonstrably crime cars to commit these crimes. And so this allows us a little bit of a perimeter check on that, and that will have an impact on crimes that are happening in our city. And the big one to me is the case closure and service to our community. So this is an investigative tool, and this allows us to identify people who are committing these crimes and hold them accountable and often to quickly apprehend them and take the property that they've taken from us back and provide closure to families and provide satisfaction that we're holding people that are involved in crime in our city accountable. And again, I have a couple of citations that I put in the corner of that again are come from academic research papers that back some of this information up. So go ahead and go to the next slide, Judy. So just quickly under does Flock work? One of the questions that the council asked is, can we see something that shows implementation happens and then crime goes down? And while we know that this information, we can't say this is like a causative data effect or some type of correlation for sure. This is early information, and this is, very recent after deployment of this technology. But what we do know is a jurisdiction like Foster City as an example, and I specifically took Foster City as the example because they sit on the other end, on the west end of a bridge. They have a similar mix of commercial and residential area. They have a similar sized population and a similar sized police department to Menlo Park. And so to me, they are a pretty good match to our jurisdiction. They deployed license plate readers in 2021. And over the last couple of years, their crime has gone down. Whether that is, directly related to license plate readers, I think there's more data that needs to be pulled in order to make that conclusion. But that is data that's right in front of us. And similarly with South San Francisco, some of their property crime numbers significantly down in the first full year of deployment of their fixed license plate readers. And some really good examples that they have also of anecdotal examples, including an active shooter incident where they were able to apprehend the person responsible within a few hours, that had a significant effect on the community feeling of safety in the aftermath of that incident. These again, the reason, and I want to explain the reason why you see kind of different numbers and different buckets here in this slide. Not every agency collects information the same way. And in fact, many agencies have a specific style with which they report incidents that put the crimes that they're reporting in different categories. And while we work really hard as an industry to try to line all of those things up, they don't always line up perfectly. So I can't just do an apples to apples comparison on this. It's really difficult to do that. So I just want to add that as a factor for consideration. I also added in Grover Beach because they quickly responded when I sent a message out to all the agencies in the state, talking about how excited they were that they deployed their license plate reader technology last year, and they already are seeing some significant reductions in thefts and in overall crime. Again, we'll wait to see how the long-term impacts are, but those are some early results. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Judy. One of the most important things that we talked about this last time around was the idea of policy changes and ordinance changes. I won't go through all of it here in this presentation because I gave you a pretty detailed explanation in the staff report, but I do want to give you just a few highlights. And I know that additionally, our community doesn't always read through these entire reports as well. So a couple of highlights of that. For the policy itself, and we have an existing license plate reader policy. Obviously, we've been deploying license plate readers for 10 years. So we have an existing policy that we need to modify if we were to deploy fixed license plate readers. We're looking to modify several sections regarding collection, retention, release and sharing, relationships with other agencies, relationships with the contractor, i.e. Flock, and all of our accountability. We're going to review all of the policy with regard to that. And I already have, as I said, explained some changes that we plan to make. Some specific direction requiring confirmation of any flags or hits prior to action. That's come up several times in discussion, right? What about these false positives? What about situations where there's an indication that this could be a stolen vehicle, but it turns out not to be a stolen vehicle? And then what happens? We already have existing policy that requires our officers, absent some really exigent circumstances, to confirm that information that comes in through the hit as best they can before they take enforcement action. And so we have that existing already in policy. We'll obviously review that and tighten it if it's needed. But I wanted you to know that that policy already exists, and I can give you a really good practical example. So about a month or so ago, one of our officers, Officer Barrientos, had information coming from about a vehicle that was coming in from another city that had license plate reader technology. We knew that vehicle was coming. He was able to locate that vehicle. It was related to a stolen plate. It was a valid stolen plate, but upon getting into contact with that car, Officer Barrientos noticed like this is clearly not a person who's like driving a stolen car. This is a person that looked like they would not be an auto thief, and I'll just leave it at that. He made a very low key traffic stop. He made contact with that driver, and he very calmly explained to that driver, "Hey, I think someone has put a stolen plate on your car." That's obviously an ideal circumstance, and we would love to see that happen every time. Does it happen every time? I can't say that it does, but I can also say that this could happen on a regular traffic stop that an officer makes with or without LPR technology in the fold. And they are very, very rare. Maybe, somewhere between 1 and 10, probably a lot closer to 1 than 10 out of a year's worth of stops, which would be around 5,000 stops or so. Would we see something like that where there's a discrepancy and we end up having to take more action than we would have liked to, which results in us having to have a significant conversation and explain why it is that we were doing what we were doing. Those things do happen on occasion, and it's not just because of fixed license plate readers. And I just want to be clear that we do the best we can with those. Proposed changes additionally in this policy were, as I said, included in detail, but that commitment to security and accountability with training of all personnel, that question has come up several times. Are we going to train our personnel on how to use this system? No one gets to use the system unless they're trained. And I would just want to be very clear about that. And then there is we're going to add in the quarterly reporting factor because we're doing quarterly reporting already. I'd like to add that into our policy to make sure that we're very clear about that, as well as the audits and transparency. We've talked about having another agency do our audit. We do a similar thing for Atherton for their fixed license plate readers. We do the audit for them. We would probably in return ask that they do an independent audit, annual audit of our fixed license plate readers should we proceed with that technology. And then strict sharing guidelines. These are things that I have talked with some of you about individually, but to be very clear, no investigations related to immigration or enforcement that violates California law. That will be distinctly spelled out in the modified policy and in the modified ordinance. And Judy, you can move to the next slide. So just very quickly, considerations for the municipal ordinance and changes we might make. And obviously we'd be working with the city attorney on any of these changes, and we would get an ordinance, a modified ordinance in front of you before any deployment of this technology. But we would need to add in the 30-day retention for the flock database. We would, again, add in the quarterly reporting. I think it's important that we give a solid commitment on our transparency and our reporting of this information. We require that agreement that we have with sharing agencies that we have to follow their policy and they have to follow ours. That's part of that agreement. And so that whole idea of not enforcing things in terms of immigration laws or laws that are related to that would violate California laws, we're going to strictly prohibit that, and we're going to add those prohibitions as long as the city attorney is good with that. We'd add those into the municipal ordinance. And again, we would talk about data storage and retention, prohibited uses, auditing and reporting to the best degree that we can in the ordinance to reflect the same restrictions that we would be putting in our policy to hold ourselves accountable. And you can move to the next one, Judy. Just a very quick overview of the cost breakdown. The last time we talked, there was a significant amount of sticker shock. If I could just be honest about that in terms of the cost of the LPR system, along with gunshot detection technology. We've done a second look at that and revised our numbers. So what we would be looking at is a 35 camera deployment across the entire city jurisdiction. That would be an annual cost right now of $112,500 per year. There would be an implementation cost that we're not going to ask for the city to cover. We're going to cover that out of our grant funds. And we will we will cover that implementation cost so that doesn't have to be figured in. So your annual ongoing costs will be essentially what we would be looking for in the budget. There is the ability, I know that the question has been asked about, could we maybe lock this price in for a little bit longer? Should you choose to give us direction on fixed license plate readers, we could talk about doing a longer contract to lock into one price over a longer period of time, should you choose to do that. Okay, go ahead and move to the next one, Judy. I am almost done with this presentation. So you have a very, very long list on this slide, but I just wanted to be clear with you all about what we were referring to on this second look. ACLU has put out some distinct papers and documentation on their concerns on license plate reader technology. We have reviewed those and made some modifications based on that. We referred strongly to Los Altos Police Department's policy and to their municipal ordinance because we know that they worked closely with ACLU and some other activists on making sure that they were doing the best they can with the license plate reader policy and ordinance to cover interests. In addition to that, I was also referred to the NYU policing project, which has a similar scrutinous eye, I would say, to the license plate reader technology. All of the important points from all of that documentation were taken into consideration as we took a second look at this technology. And then, of course, discussion with my colleagues in the California Police Chiefs Association, as well as our local colleagues, many of whom have already implemented ALPRs in the San Mateo County Chiefs and Sheriffs Association. And then also discussions with the International Association of Chiefs of Police, Police Professional Standards, Ethics and Image Committee that talks about policies, especially when it comes to, and our conversations were specifically about kind of machine learning models and anything that is automated in that way. That's something that's a serious topic with them. So some conversations with them were very helpful as well. Go ahead and move to the next slide, Judy. And so we're back to the questions, concerns, recommendations. I hope that I've covered some of the interests through this presentation and also through the staff report. I know I went through this relatively fast, probably not nearly as fast as I thought I could, but I'm open now to comments and questions, and however you'd like to proceed next.
Thank you, Chief Norris. I appreciate the presentation and you did perfect on time. So thank you. Just want to bring it back to the dais if there are any clarifying questions before we go to public comment. I actually have a clarifying question. The grant that you referred to, is that an annual grant or is it one time?
Yes, Mayor, thank you for that question. So that what we call SLESA funding or the Supplemental Law Enforcement Fund is an annual $100,000 grant that we're given for like equipment upgrades, primarily what we use it for. So we've actually been back to you to refresh our mobile LPRs using that funding. We're going to find room in that funding to cover implementation costs if needed.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, Ms. Herron, can you take public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our first study session item H1, provide direction on a proposal to install flock fixed automated license plate readers citywide. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return it to me at the clerk's desk. Thank you. So we're at 8 speakers, and in order to gauge how many speakers we have on this item, this will be the final call for public comment on item H1. So if you are virtual and have not raised your hand yet, please do. If you are in person and haven't submitted a card yet, this is the opportunity to do that. So we are at exactly 10 speakers, Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. I'm comfortable doing 3 minutes unless there's any objections from council. We'll do 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. So our first speaker will be Maya Seawold, followed by Steve Wagstaff.
Mayor Taylor and council members, you've seen me up here before, and I'm going to say the same thing in a different way. I wanted to share my very first gold medal that I received today for sponsoring my 11-year-old granddaughter's softball team in Redwood City. And I was so overwhelmed, and I thought how great this was, but also what a great reminder of what neighborhoods are supposed to be like. We don't have to live in fear that we're going to go to a game and have our house broken into. We don't have to live in fear of our kids' safety. And I have to emphasize, I think that possibility is real. One of the victims of this horrendous rash of burglaries in Sharon Heights that lives on Siskiyou, she came home just 10 minutes after the burglary. What if she'd walked in on the fellow by herself? These are things that you really need to think about. We all need to be safe. We all want our houses, most of all, of course, our family, our children, but our whole neighborhoods to be safe. So I would really appreciate your consideration of the chief's recommendation. I, for one, wholeheartedly approve, as does my husband and 2 other neighbors who wanted to make sure I said it by proxy. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Next is Steve Wagstaff, followed by Shirley Chu.
Mayor Taylor, members of the council, Mr. Murphy, Ms. Doherty. I'm honored to be here before you today. I am Steve Wagstaff. I am the San Mateo County District Attorney, but on this topic, perhaps more of interest, I am a Menlo Park resident and have been for the last 65 years. I know I don't look that old. I know it's shocking you. I speak on behalf of Chief Norris's proposal to you. And I'm not going to go through the mechanics. He has provided to you the process, the administrative rules, the structure that he wants to give to you as you do this weighing and balancing decision, because that's what it is. It's a weighing and balancing of the needs of law enforcement and protection of our community versus making sure that we protect individual rights. And I know every elected group has to go through that. What I want to provide to you is the anecdote of reality. There are loads of cases I can give you here in San Mateo County that my office has prosecuted coming from these fixed cameras. But the one I want to mention to you tonight is a case that started jury trial this week. It's a murder case, city of San Mateo. Back about 3.5 years ago, down in Los Angeles, there was a young man who was shot to death in a drive-by shooting on one of the freeways. His sister went, it was unsolved. His sister went into a big examination of what she thought who did it. And she picked somebody up here in the city of San Mateo as who she believed was the killer of her brother. She hired the individual that we are prosecuting, a man named Rupina, 37-year-old man, a friend of the family, to come up here. And on a Saturday morning about 3 years ago, at an ATM at Wells Fargo on El Camino at 10:30 in the morning, citizens walking around, he came up with a hoodie on, unidentifiable, and shot and killed him right there in our streets. He then ran to a car. The people nearby, shocked at this, were unable to discern anything about him other than general size, no facial features. It was covered. And they didn't have anything on the car except they could give the model and color. And that was it. As that car left town, it was caught on a fixed camera, block camera. That item by itself is what led to a rather remarkable investigation that will be presented to a jury over the course of the next 2 months in Redwood City, led to his apprehension, the apprehension of the sister, and we are prosecuting them both right now. This is a case that would have gone unsolved it never would have been solved. And instead, somebody's being accountable. The family of that young man who died, who sit in court every day, are grateful that this has occurred. There are other cases like this. And they're as simple as catalytic converter thefts. They're as simple as residential burglaries. It's there. Again, I do know that you've got to do the weighing process. I recognize it's not an easy task. But for me, the balance weighs in favor of protecting the public within very tight strictures. I think you then solve that balancing act in favor of both public safety and individual rights. Thank you for letting me speak to you tonight.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Shirley Chu, followed by Liz King.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and Councilmember. My name is Shirley Chu. First of all, I can't help to have a shout out to my 91-year-old mother-in-law for the Asian Heritage Month. And she was nominated a Woman of the Year by her Congresswoman Judy Chu down in Los Angeles back in 2021 for her service as she turned her medical offices into a community service center, and it remains open and provide a critical healthcare to the most underserved, the Latino community. So a shout out to her. But this is not what I'm here today. I'm here today is for the license plate reader. We have been called Menlo Park home since year 2000, after we moved from New York City. We raised 3 beautiful children, and we live in Allied Arts, West Menlo, and now Sharon Heights. Our homes and backyard and doors are always remain open, and kids are playing on the streets, no problem. Fast forward to 2017, in Sharon Heights has a 16 home burglaries, and those are brazen crimes. You know, three those such a burglaries will happen to my neighbors, on the same street. One family was renting at the apartments when they're doing their renovation. One afternoon, when the 2 girls came after school, the mother take one of the younger girls to have a walk their dogs. As soon as they walk out the patio, and a young man come in and rob the house, and with the teenage daughter at home, and she came face to face to that criminal, and so the little girl was beyond herself, and the family moved out that apartment same night, but then her house was broken into because the criminal got her keys and her wallet, and then so is my neighbor's house too. So fast forward to 2024, we have like was that 14 crimes in 1 month. I mean, things has getting very serious, and I mean, the crime that happened to my near neighbors, and it shook us to the core because we have a similar age of teenage girls. And what happened if this is a rape? And we'll be sitting here comfortably to deny the chief's request to install the license plate reader. So obviously funding is not an issue for the city council, for city of Menlo Park. And you know, and privacy, you have to weigh that, you know, between people's safety and privacy. So I implore you to consider Chief's suggestions. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Liz King, followed by Sudie Tronson.
Hi, Council. My name is Liz King. I am a fellow community member. I serve on the Complete Streets Commission.
Liz, can you get a little closer to the microphone, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
I serve on the Complete Streets Commission. Additionally, I am on the board of my HOA, and my HOA represents a private street, and we purchased flock safety cameras a year ago. I'm also the victim of a home robbery. On December 29th, my family and I were sleeping in our home, and some robbers made their way into our garage. They stole all our power equipment. They opened the door to our home. They came in, they stole my purse and my credit cards and my keys to my car and all of my checks and my identity and everything that I have. I fully support our police force in arming them with everything that they need. I can't believe that the towns next to us, Atherton and Palo Alto and Portola Valley have it, and we're leaving a hole in that network where they don't have it. What I can tell you is that it was with my cameras and the hard work of our police force that the detectives found the criminals who invaded my home. And this is, to me, is not an issue of privacy. It's about protection and prevention. Because a crime that is solved is a crime that's prevented. The thieves, and there were 3 of them that invaded my home, are no longer on the streets to invade another home. And I think another thing to keep in mind here is that we have a span of 101 to 280, and those are the entry and exit points for these thieves. And that is why my neighborhood has gotten hit hard with the quick exit to 280, and that's something that we have to keep in mind. And had we had safety cameras beyond my single one in my neighborhood that identified the color, make, model of this vehicle, matched it with the credit card records I provided, and that car fled Menlo Park and went to Fremont and charged thousands of dollars of stolen goods from Home Depot and Walmart on my cards. But it's with the detectives' work and that they were able to solve that crime. So really, I just enthusiastically recommend that you arm our force with what they need. And you put forth this recommendation, make room in the 24 budget for the purchase of these license plate readers. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sudi Tronson, followed by Brian Kissel.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, honorable council members. I'm Sudi Tronson, Menlo Park resident and privacy and technology attorney. Unfortunately, I did not get a chance to organize a group to show up, so I will speak for me and previous exchanges with other residents of like mind. The widespread scanning of license plate inevitably involves a collection of data from individuals who are not suspected of any crime. The retention of such data can lead to situations where innocent people's movements are tracked, stored potentially for years. This mass surveillance approach goes against the principles that individuals should not be subject to invasive monitoring without just cause. Anecdotal evidence of successful outcomes for use of such readers in vacuum does not do our Constitution, on which our society was built, justice. Cities grow, populations increase, and with it, unfortunately, crime. That doesn't mean that we have to forego all of our civil liberties for that. The report references the NCIC. The NCIC database, just FYI, against which cars are automatically run, by the way, is problematic in and of itself because it's exempted from the 1974 Privacy Act, meaning accuracy and timeliness of the data is not required. Additionally, the retention period is dangerous because it can reveal sensitive information like places of worship, medical visits, relationships, and political activities. Thank you, Chief Norris, for mentioning the ACLU report. I've forwarded to you that in the last 2 comments that I made, and again today. One of my main issues is the style of these staff reports. This is not the first one. It happens with construction, with housing, everything. They provide a lot of conclusory statements without substantial facts supporting them. Meaning, we can have, and thank you again to Chief for actually mentioning this himself, that you can have causation, correlation doesn't mean it's causation. So these kind of reports that we keep seeing from the staff is very misleading. I took the 3 hours, went through the staff report, provided my comments very quickly. These were just stylistic comments as footnotes, and I emailed that to the council a few hours ago, just so that you have it. In the past, I have provided a lot of other reports as well. So I would first of all ask that the council direct the city staff to be better at these reports, whether it's for this purpose or for housing or anything of the sites. So staff also makes some outrageous comments that because machines are used, there is no bias. As a technology and privacy attorney that reads bills, both federal and state, I can guarantee you and I confidently say that such statements are severely flawed. There's plenty of evidence, substantiated evidence that shows there's a lot of flaws in everything we do. These machines are not built on their own. We are not still in the Terminator age. These are built by biased people and they are used by biased people. So, and then on top of everything else, we care more about property that we can, in some cases, mitigate, lock the doors, put like this, the neighbor did, put the camera on. What about that battered woman that spoke out last time in the same session? Not it wasn't related to automatic license plate readers, but she needed some assistance from the city so she can have a refuge from somebody who was abusing her. Why are we not spending our money on real uses for all of our population as opposed to, let's say, Sharon Heights, where there is a wealthy neighborhood that they can, and I feel for you. I have been a victim of crime as well. I had my identity stolen from my mailbox, but I don't go around asking that you have to invade everybody else's privacy just for that one person. I'm running out of time. I encourage you to read some of those citations I provided, and I can definitely provide a more comprehensive report should that be necessary. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Kissel, followed by Derek.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for making time to hear our comments this evening. I'm here in support of Chief Norris's proposal for flock ALPRs. I think a lot of other commenters have reinforced the points that I wanted to make, but I did want to state that I believe that the updated proposal does address the thoughtful concerns that others made in the earlier presentation last year with respect to privacy, security, efficacy, and cost. And in view of that, the proposal that is being presented today is a much more compelling proposal. I think we also heard that there's a strong network benefit across cities beyond Menlo Park, and that Menlo Park today is benefiting from those network effects by our neighbor cities who have these systems deployed, and that to some extent we're not doing our fair share to contribute to that network effect, both for other cities and for ourselves. So therefore, I do strongly support Chief Norris's proposal this evening. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Derek, followed by D.D. Dickey.
Hello, it's Derek Marsano. Can you hear me?
Yes, Derek, go right ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Mayor Taylor and the council for providing this opportunity for comment. And I also especially wanted to thank Chief Norris for the thoughtful work and research that he has done into these flock LPRs. I am here in support of that proposal. I do believe that deploying this technology will make our community safer. I do think that one of the most important or impactful bits of information shared by the chief was the map of communities surrounding the bay, which have deployed or are in the process of deploying these readers. I do believe that the benefits of, that particular map kind of reinforced a point that I raised to the council earlier in an email communication, in which I basically say that it is as though Menlo Park is hanging out an open for business sign by not deploying this technology. I was surprised to see that the great majority of communities surrounding the bay have or are in the process of deploying the technology. I do think that the benefits of safety to the entire Menlo Park community are considerable, and I recognize the potential for abuse and violation of privacy concerns, but I do believe that those are outweighed by by the benefits that we can expect to see by both publicizing that the technology is in use. And as some of the previous speakers have mentioned, by their effectiveness in tracking down perpetrators and prosecuting them and getting them off the streets. So once again, thank you to the council, and especially thank you to Chief Norris for that very thoughtful presentation.
Our next speaker will be Dee Dee Dickey, followed by Randy Avalos.
Hello, Mayor Taylor, council member, excuse me. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I apologize that I'm not able to be there in person. As a former public agency attorney, I can say that I'm truly impressed by the staff presentation that the police chief did. Really, it seems to reflect a careful and detailed analysis of the academic literature, law enforcement studies, communications, studies of actual effectiveness, as well as the ACLU model ordinance. I'm a resident of Sharon Heights. I have a teenage daughter. I want her to be able to come home and feel that she's safe and that she lives in a city that's doing all that it can to prevent crime. I'd like to relate a story that about a camera that we have. Our neighbors had a break-in at their house where their computer equipment was stolen. Our cameras picked up that it was a Federal Express driver. And the cameras were able to provide enough information about the vehicle and the time it was there, that information was used successfully in putting the case together against the driver. I believe the driver ended up taking a plea, but it did time for that. Had it not been for our camera, there would have been no way to identify who did the deal, who did the job. I feel that it is important to address crime, and in keeping with what the last speaker said, as I've noted to you in an earlier comments about this item, there are so many jurisdictions that have had experience with these readers, and jurisdictions all around the city of Menlo Park that are implementing them. And just to echo what the last speaker said, I would prefer that the city of Menlo Park not have out the signs saying, if you don't want license plate readers, come here because we don't have them. Because that makes the city of Menlo Park kind of an attractive nuisance. So I fully support what the police department's recommendation and hope that you will vote in favor of it. And thank you very much.
And the final speaker will be Randy Avalos.
Good evening, Council, and thank you to Chief Norris for doing a fine job, and I understand why he would ask for these systems. But respectfully, the data presented does not support these systems as being effective. The academic research is actually mixed. The spree of burglaries in Sharon Heights also hit cities with ALPR. Those ALPR systems neither prevented the thefts or as yet resulted in apprehension. So these are not going to prevent crimes. So be mindful of that if you're thinking from a safety standpoint. As criminals become more sophisticated, and we have our mobile cameras pulled up professionally, pulled over somebody who had a stolen license plate and didn't know it. So I understand why people are actively hurt and angry, and their voices are here, but we don't have the voices of future citizens in front of us who will be hurt by these mass surveillance systems. Private cameras are different than public cameras. This data is going to NICRIC. It's already been used to track Black Lives Matters. It'll be used. It is highly invasive. It's not just PI. It can track where you're going, tie in who you associate with, what medical facilities you go to, whether that's mental health or reproductive rights, places of worship. It is highly invasive. And that's the balance. So it is easy to hear the voices in front of you. It's much harder to hear about that future where a potential bad actor who's not even in our city can misuse this data. Because once it's in NICRIC, we don't own it. It's out there. So the costs of salaries are really high. And it's different than private data too. We have no ownership of it once it's out there. So to recap, I'll keep it short. I just sent some written comments, a little more detailed. The data does not support these systems being effective in preventing local crime. And more importantly, the long-term harms to civil liberty. And it's over the long term. It can be fine for many, many years, but 1 year, it's not going to be fine. It's going to hurt for that group of people. That's the real cost. So it's understandable for our police chief to ask for such systems to align with other cities, but it's really here where the civilian leadership needs to provide a check to that invasive technology. There's no judicial branch overseeing this. A private system, they'd have to ask for a judge warrant. Here, there is none. So really the right thing is to refuse embedding flock. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, seeing no more public comment hands or cards. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you for everyone who provided public comment, both online and in person. And at this time, since Councilmember Dorr, you brought this back to the City Council, I will kick it over to you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the police chief and the department for taking the time to do this deep dive. I know there were a lot of questions that came up in September and a lot of curiosities and concerns that we raised to you about wanting to understand more before moving forward. And I'm grateful to see this data now, and also for all the conversations we've had in the interim. And so I also want to acknowledge to the folks who have been hopeful and waiting for this conversation that timelines are sometimes slow for City Council, and appreciate your patience as this has taken, the time and the research and the work that the police department has taken to bring it back to us, and time for us to meet with you and have conversations to understand what the community wants to see. Something I appreciate that the chief said that I want to reiterate is that this proposal for the ALPRs is part of a long-term strategic vision for increasing the capacities of the department to do the jobs it needs to do. And so that's especially for as an investigative tool for crime solving. And I appreciate the comment earlier that a crime solved is hopefully a crime deterred. And I sincerely hope that by moving forward with ALPRs, we can help deter crime, but know that our neighbors have experienced crime, our neighboring cities have experienced crime, and that this is a tool, but will not be a solve-all to prevent crime from happening in our community. I really appreciate the specific policy proposals here, and I have a few questions about data retention and potential additional policy changes that would make me feel even more comfortable moving forward with this that I wanted to broach and check with the other council members too to see what their thoughts are. And one question is around downstream data sharing. And so this was brought up by some commenters here and also online about how do we guarantee how others will use the data that we have? And I know that there are policies with NICRIC, but could you explain that a little bit more for us and for the public?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. And as I started to, get into very, very slightly in our presentation, because I wanted to move fast, but I can give you a little bit more detail on that. So we are putting some deep policies in place to ensure that the data that we're collecting is being used appropriately. In other words, some significant protections against using this data for laws that are crimes in California that might be, a law from another state, and that may be more of a political interest in that state and not a California law. we're not looking at doing anything that's related to that. We have some very strict guidelines when it comes to immigration enforcement and information that we deal with along those lines that we will not be engaging in because that's a mandate from the state. It's a mandate from the Department of Justice, and it is part of our policy that's been in existence already in our department. And so we won't engage in those things. To connect that to your question about sharing of data with other agencies. So when we have that kind of virtual handshake where an agency says, can we share data with you? Can we use your data? Can we offer our data for you to use? The agency that's sharing with us has to be beholden to the policies that we establish in order to operate in that sharing agreement. And we conversely have to also abide by any policies if they're more restrictive that agency might have. And not only is that part of our agreement, but my understanding is that, when Flock establishes this sharing link, that's a breach of their agreement as well. And so we want to make sure that as we engage in any sharing, that first of all, our intention is to only share with agencies that are within the state of California. And not with agencies that are outside of the state of California, but also to make sure that sharing agreement is a clear understanding from those agencies that this is the way that we're going to operate, and that we're not going to take anything in addition to that. I want to just add to that because some of this data does go to the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center, otherwise known as NCRIC. I know that there have been some implications that have been made that we don't know what NCRIC is doing with this information. We have very strict guidelines as to how we access this information. And again, less than 1% of all of the data that we pull, we actually take some type of investigative action on. And so it's a very small segment of that data. The rest of it remains privately held under strict accountability, and we don't access it. But for NCRIC's part, I reached out to Mike Senna, who's the executive director of NCRIC, and I said there were some questions that were asked specifically about SB 34 and SB 54, which have to do with immigration enforcement laws and some direction that the Attorney General has made in terms of not sharing with federal agencies for certain purposes related to immigration. And Mike's answer to me was to reassure us that NCRIC is in compliance with all the regulations as well as the DOJ memo, which is a memo that came from the Attorney General to all law enforcement agencies about this sharing, and that no federal agency outside of California has access to our system. And so he was very clear about that. And I just want to state that to say that that we would use any of this information for a purpose other than legitimate law enforcement purpose that is described in our policy. We have shown here in this presentation through extensive description of data use characteristics and regulations. In other words, the policy and the ordinance, accountability through policy, stated in commitment and ordinance and policy that this technology will not be used unfairly, unlawfully, or in a discriminatory manner. And to say anything otherwise is a mischaracterization of what we intend to do. We do not have any intention, nor will it happen as long as we have policy that controls it, to be in any way unfair or unjust in the way that we access this data.
Thank you. Towards the beginning of your comment about the restrictions, whatever restrictions we have, other cities, other agencies who are using the information have to or held to the same standard. Is there some sort of accountability mechanism there to ensure that they're upholding the same standard?
There's a strict audit policy. And so everything that happens, all of the information that's accessed from our databases or that we might access from other agencies' databases is auditable. So if there was ever any allegation that any of this was used in an unfair or unjust way that would be outside of our constraints, we would be able to isolate and find that and hold an agency or an individual accountable for taking that action.
Thank you, Chief. And I just have a follow-up question because I understand what the public comment was concerned about. And that is, are there any examples of information being accessed. And my concern really isn't about Menlo Park Police Department. It's once our data leaves here that I'm concerned about. So are there any examples of there being, for lack of a better term, a data breach and going back and researching where the source was?
I know that that was implied in some of the questions and comments that we received, but I am not aware of any such hard example.
And then just a follow-up question. I do not have in-depth knowledge about the 1974 Privacy Act, but is NCRIC exempted from it?
And I don't have extensive knowledge of that Privacy Act either. I think he was talking specifically about either it was NCIC or CGIS information, which is the information network that we use regularly as law enforcement, where we hold crime information, wanted persons, wanted vehicles, everything that we hold that would be some type of a flag or alert on a crime person or a crime vehicle, that is exempt from certain privacy laws. And that may in fact be true. I don't know the direct answer to that, but this is the database that's being used nationwide by law enforcement in a very lawful and fair manner, and that there are strict laws state by state that hold people accountable and prosecute police officers and other authorized users who unfairly or inappropriately access that information.
Thank you. And one last question on this, and that is, we have to share our data with NCRIC, or can we just make it disappear after 30 days?
I would prefer that we share our data with NCRIC. I know that council has discussed the idea of whether 6 months or 30 days is the appropriate amount. We currently have been practicing this way for 10 years and holding information that we send to NCRIC for 6 months, which in fact is half of the time that typical agencies that have been operating LPRs prior to Flock, they typically hold that information for up to a year. So our ordinance was already more restrictive. However, this is based on council direction, and if council feels that a more restrictive retention is needed, I feel like we could absorb that if we needed to. My preference would be the 6 months.
Thank you, Chief.
I have some questions about means of accountability, but I'm curious if there are more questions in this vein that would be helpful to answer first before going into others. So to go ahead. Okay, great. I am supportive personally in the move to the 30 days for NCRIC. Of course, that's also the amount of time that is being proposed here for the city to have access to this information to do the investigative efforts it needs to do as well, right?
That would be the local Flock database that has a little bit more information than NCRIC would typically carry, right? The vehicle characteristics that a couple of our commenters have said have led to solution of crimes. Yes, that is a 30-day retention.
Okay, and given that we're setting the 30-day standard for our city, I think that's what I would also want to see in the data that we're sharing with NCRIC. I do have a few questions on accountability. And so I really appreciate the existing reporting system that's used to monitor the 3 automatic license plate readers that are on cars. And I'm curious if in this data or in it moving forward, if we can, or if it's already included, how many false positives we're possibly catching or that are being made direct contact with?
So in terms of false positives at this point, most of the information is anecdotal. You know, we'll receive information almost right away when we encounter a vehicle and we end up with some type of a false positive situation, whether it ends up being very low key, like Officer Barrientos' stop that I described to you, or whether that ends up being some type of a high risk stop where we find out, in fact, that as this happens from time to time, people recover their own vehicles and they don't report them as located. And so they're actually driving around in a car that's still listed in the system as stolen, which we would not be able to deconflict prior to making a stop. And so we can certainly employ something, and that's, part of our strategy and our discussion here is if there are measures and metrics that you want us to follow, really important, and I'm a huge proponent in having data, as you know, that backs up or at least can speak to whatever initiatives we have, but beginning with the end in mind is the most important part of accumulating and evaluating that data. And so this is an important interactive part of this. If you're saying like, we would like to know about false positives and we'd like to know about the characteristics of those, we can certainly track that.
That is something I'd like to see, as well as the total number of stops that are made, both false positive and positive, to know how many stops are being made based on the ALPR data that you all are using.
We can put measures in place, and I will say this, that I want to be cautious, and we ask a lot of our police officers, and as you all know, we'll see later today, we have another quarterly report coming out. We asked for a tremendous amount of feedback already from our police in terms of what happens in these stops and contacts. We can work on trying to add in some type of a meter or metric for flock related license plate reader stops, and see how that goes. I'd be happy to try and pilot that for a year and to see what level of participation we get, because a lot of that will depend on the officer, ticking a box and saying, yes, this was related to a flock hit. That's a measurement of success for us. We should be tracking that. I would be more than happy to move that into kind of the metrics that we are going to look at, beginning with the end in mind.
That metric would be helpful to have. And one other thought, with contract renewals, I'm curious what other folks in the dais think about, depending on where they are also on even exploring a contract. But where I am is, if we explore a contract, I would like there to be some kind of process. So when the contract comes to an end and maybe there's a renegotiation, that we have a conversation on the dais, we review data over the last couple years that we will have had this system, if that's what if the council chooses that, to review it, to look at the data, see if there have been any other research, statistically relevant and efficacious research studies out there, drawing specific connections with flock and with crime reduction, and have another robust discussion about the system and our hopes moving forward at that later date.
I would think that we would have no choice but to be comfortable with that. This is something that we're bringing forward to you, saying we believe this works. So to be able to bring something to you to say, yes, we believe that this is functioning the way it's supposed to function and that it's working, I think is important. I would only ask in return that we take into consideration all of the data, including anecdotal data of stops that don't fit into a distinct bucket of a particular crime, but are significant in terms of their value to the overall safety of the city.
Would these stops be included in RIPA data, or is that two separate?
That would be entirely separate. So we could include it in our quarterly reporting, but we would not be including it in the RIPA data. So very specifically, the RIPA data is a very distinct report that has a specific number of categories that are captured in it. And I think we've had some conversations about this back and forth in the past, because I know that the RIPA data makes you all curious and you have further follow-up questions about the data. However, there's a distinct set of categories that we collect and report on so that we can give you consistent information in the RIPA report. That doesn't mean that we can't capture it somewhere else and provide you with a picture or a story that goes with that.
Thank you. Do any other council members have questions? Councilmember Wilson, Councilmember Nash, Vice Mayor Combs. Question? No questions. I actually have a few questions. I just need a moment. So do you want to start with your comments, Councilmember Nash, or no? Okay. So my question is, what does a PRA request look like for information about flock cameras? Is it different than what would normally be done, or?
There are a number of agencies that have regular PRAs regarding data that's pulled in through license plate reader technology. Those would be processed the same way that we process any other public records request, and we would weigh what we could publicly release versus what we believe that we should not be publicly releasing. And so I would certainly leave that up to, you know, smarter minds than myself in terms of how we adhere to the requirements of the PRA.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Are there any private flock cameras in Menlo Park?
Well, you heard comments from one. So
Okay.
we know that there's at least one. There may in fact be some businesses that use those. And I could tell you that both Palo Alto and Atherton are initiating programs where if a neighborhood is not part of that regular perimeter and they want to add to the safety of the community by establishing flock cameras, there's a way that they can do that where the information goes directly to police department. It's not being used by those private neighborhoods, and we have an agreement in place with them, and they pay for those cameras, they set them up, and the data comes to PD.
And so that data would be under the same guidelines as our
Exactly.
current, okay. Chief, you and I have had discussions just around, and since there's a representative from Flock here, some discussions around algorithmic transparency. Since it's one thing if it's Menlo Park software and our PD designed it, but it's someone else. And so I'm not sure how to be reassured on what those algorithms look like and what they're actually capturing since we didn't create it. So my concerns are more around what we cannot see and what we do not have control over.
The best description that I can give you on that, Mayor, and thank you, it's an important question, is that while we may not be able to see what the algorithm does, we do have stringent control over how we access the information, for what purposes, under what circumstances, and what we can and cannot do with that information. And so, so the way I see it, and certainly this is subject to debate, the way that I see it is, while we can't control necessarily what an industry that's providing us with a service does with their algorithms, the data is ours. We own the data. We have distinct control over what comes into the system and how we utilize it. And what we're trying to do through these proposed changes is to provide as strict a set of guardrails as we possibly can to that data.
Thank you. And as far as the transparency portal, is that something that the PD manages or is that managed by Flock?
Flock sets it up for us because it is going to be that information will be ported from the data that we pull in that's in their database. And so in addition to information about how many plates we're collecting and any hit information, which is something that will also show up on quarterly reports, it also provides us space to say, here's our policy, here's what we're doing with this information, here's what's important for the public to know. And to be able to provide, some distinct information to the public, frequently asked questions, and information that the public needs to know.
Thank you. Councilmember Dorr?
Thank you. One other question that was raised by the mayor's comments. Just curious because we have a Flock representative here, about what Flock is doing to ensure and improve the data retention or the privacy security of their system.
Sure. Let me check with our rep here. We have a representative that'll come on to help us with that question.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is Hector Soliman Valdez from the Local Government Affairs team. I believe I presented with you guys last fall, so pleasure to see you all again. For the question, is the question really around kind of what our data privacy standards are? Or what, my apologies.
Yes, data privacy, and how do you ensure that data is not getting attacked or breached?
Yeah, so there's several things that we do as an organization. We are SOC 2 compliant. That's the certification which ensures that all of our employees are trained on kind of data privacy, ensuring that our systems are protected. And that really goes, to all employees at Flock. Now, as far as your specific data, there's a couple things to note, and I think the chief mentioned this a little bit ago. There's no personal identifiable information within the LPR system of Flock, right? And so what I mean by that is that we purposefully don't ingest any DMV records, any third-party databases that will tie to individuals. We provide alerts on wanted vehicles or vehicles that match a description. As far as how the images of the back of vehicles are kept, they're kept in Amazon Web Server's government cloud, 256-bit encryption in layman's terms. That is the same type of servers that are used by the CIA, FBI, and many government agencies to store information. And so, we have purposely chosen kind of the gold standard there. And then there's another portion, which is that having that limited retention, right? Everything is hard deleted and no longer retrievable either by your department or anyone else after that retention period is over.
Thank you. This is a topic that I do not know much about, but I feel like I have heard news that AWS is not the most secure. So I just want to voice that because I wonder if others are thinking about that too. And at the same time, I've really appreciated this conversation and the diligence to the policy set up that we can create as a city council to make improvements here, to monitor and to try this out. And so that's why I am tonight supportive of trying it out and having a really rigorous process to ensure accountability, reduce the NICRIC holding from 6 months to 30 days, to include some more stats in the quarterly reporting to understand how the tool is being used and what it's resulting in. And I'll stop there.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, thanks. Following up on the NICRIC data retention issue. So right now with the mobile license plate readers, we also make that data available to them, and they keep it for 6 months. Correct. And so if the idea is that now with the data from these cameras, we're giving it to them for 30 days, is the plan to, if that is the direction of the council, to essentially true up to some sense those different like sort of retention periods and have them the same, which I guess would be the lesser? Or would it be your position that as far as the mobile readers, the direction or the council has voted that this 6 months retention is fine, and so that's what you're going to keep with those?
I will say that the true answer to that question is better answered by you all than it is by me, because you're gonna set this direction. However, currently the way this works with our mobile LPRs is they don't go to the Flock database, right? They go directly to NICRIC, and NICRIC has a similar search function that's accessible to us during the 6-month life of that data, that is restricted to license plate characters, date, time, and location. It doesn't have the other descriptors. What I'm hearing across the dais is the desire to maybe drop that retention all the way around to 30 days, which is something that we could certainly do. It would be my preference, and I've been clear about this. It would be my preference, it would be our department's preference to hold that data in NICRIC for 6 months. But we also, we want this technology. We want this to work all the way around. We would probably be able to work with 30 days if that was the direction of council.
Thanks. And to be able, from my perspective, I wasn't necessarily subscribing to a 30-day retention, but just want to understand like how you would square possibly the different retention standards. And so
I would describe it as, thinking of it as a pass-through. So we share information with NCRIC. NCRIC has a separate system that's searchable with less dimensions, as I described. To have that available for the 6-month period, like we have always done, would be the way that we could do that. Or we can direct NCRIC to delete all of the data that we share with them after 30 days.
Thank you. Councilmember Willison?
Yeah, I just have a quick follow-up question. How often have you needed to access the data for that full 6 months? Or what percentage of crime that you're using this technology for could be handled within the 30 days versus the 60 days, versus the 6 months?
I don't know that I have that data perfectly handy, but what I can tell you is the detectives that use license plate data will opt to go to the Flock database first, and often that is their first and only stop. Because the ability to investigate beyond just a license plate is there for them, as well as the network is very vast in terms of being able to not just connect the crime that's happening here, but I think you heard described the fact that someone took a vehicle that was a crime vehicle from here after committing a crime in Menlo Park and went to another jurisdiction to commit another crime. We were able to network that information up through the Flock system pretty robustly, very quickly. So the short answer is they mostly use the Flock system. They do access the other system, but I would think that the majority of their investigation would be through this.
So limiting Menlo Park to the 30 days, it sounds like wouldn't have a substantive, like humongous impact on the usage of this technology. It sounds like there'd be a preference on the police's end, but that we would still, the net that we would be capturing would still be close to what we actually are using it for.
Right. I would give the recommendation that the conservative recommendation of holding the data the way that we have held it.
Sure.
Right. That being said, I would be more than happy to come back when we do these quarterly evaluations or regular evaluations of how we're using the system to say we missed out on an investigation because the data was beyond 30 days, and let you know when those things occur.
Absolutely.
So that we can measure that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nash?
How would you know if you missed out on an investigation if it's beyond 30 days? I've assumed that any active investigation would be continue to be retained. We're just talking about license plates that are not active under active investigation.
The best description that I could give you would to give you an example. So, for example, some of the residences that were talked about in this recent flurry of residential burglaries, those residences were targeted because those people don't live here for large chunks of time. So if, for example, someone were to come home from being in a trip for 6 weeks and discovered that their house was burgled, any Flock data related to that particular crime wouldn't be searchable because it would have already been deleted.
How would that extend to the NCRIC database?
So if, for example, that information was captured by a mobile LPR and that information was in NCRIC's database for longer than 30 days, or if the less robust information were to pass through NCRIC and be held there for 6 months, then that information would be accessible.
Yeah, just playing out the situation. So if somebody comes home from a vacation after 6 weeks and it's been burglarized, I don't understand. So it's not like a hit list where that would have shown up on a hit list. It would have had to have been like the homeowner would have some security
Sure.
system that caught the thing, but they weren't checking.
Can I play out that example for you?
Please.
So So let's say we do what we typically do, which is knock on doors, or we look for residential security video, and we find a white vehicle, say a white four-door vehicle that we know left from the front of the house in a certain time, but we don't have a license plate that goes with it. As an example, if that information is more than 30 days old, we would not be able to search for a white four-door vehicle in the flock database.
To clarify, though, that would be true of the flock database, not the NICRIC.
Right,
Because we're
but-
talking about flock versus, and I'm curious, I thought,
So for clarification, NICRIC would not have a white four-door vehicle searchable because they only take license plate characters, date, time, and location.
right. And in comparison to other cities, the city that you compared to and used the model, was it Los Altos? What city again?
For the
Foster
policy-
City? with the
Foster City for the
policy?
data, yeah,
Okay.
and Los Altos for the model policy.
For the model. And they use for their data retention on flock is also 30 days?
Correct,
messing
but they don't have a longer, they don't have, I don't believe they have a mobile LPR situation like we do that's existing where there's already a longer retention schedule somewhere else. They're establishing LPRs new in their town, so 30 days is 30 days for them. Does that make sense? Their data, because the only reason NICRIC would hold it for 6 months is that our ordinance says that they hold it for 6 months. And so we could tell NICRIC 30 days, we could tell NICRIC a year.
And given the widespread recent adoption of block statewide and everywhere, are those cities typically doing 6 months or 30 days?
Many of those agencies are 30 days is 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, and I can give a little bit of context if that's okay. In your region, San Jose, and a couple of other cities do have longer retention. They actually have a year. So the standard with flock is 30 days, but if the local, just as the chief said, if there's an ordinance or there's been a voted by the elected officials, that we will allow longer, but only if the elected officials are, that's part of their ordinance.
And if I remember correctly, that also changes the pricing model. for
Yes,
a
it is.
Retention schedule.
So we could keep the flock information for a
For
year,
longer, but it would
which
cost
has
us,
the,
yes.
the model and color and license plate. I would only say that like I would approach this somewhat differently. I appreciate that there is concern with the collection of the data, which I think is valid. And so I think we're trying to make ourselves better in a performative way by, arbitrarily restricting when it needs to be deleted. And it's not, again, we can have a discussion and concern about the collection of the data, but it's not clear that somehow that retaining it for 6 months or a year or 30 days is somehow a higher risk event, to be clear. And so for me, I would defer to I know we're getting into commentary here a bit, but I would defer to the recommendation because one, I don't have a really sort of clear point of logic where I could say that 30 days is somehow less, presents a less risk profile than 6 months. I think it becomes like performative. Like if we have an issue with collecting the data, then I think we have an issue with this process and collecting the data. But I think to go after that and say, oh, we're going to delete the data sooner is, like I say, not, it seems a little not, somewhat sort of disingenuous, to be honest, because I don't think it really addresses the problem. It just seems to address people's concerns.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. And if there are no more questions from council, I am interested in feedback. Any views? Vice Mayor Combs?
I guess since I already started the commentary, I'll kick it off. I do want to say I do hear residents' concerns and I think it's valid, and I think across all or many aspects of our modern lives, we have real validity in being concerned about that so much of our interactions are recorded. You know, I say this as someone who has one of the doorbell cameras, and I get little pings every time that there's something that goes by at a squirrel, a package, or a person. And these things, there is a certain loss in privacy, and I don't think we can sort of undercut that or minimize that. But then there is that upside of the value that this technology offers, whether it's in criminal investigations, whether it's in, you know, knowing who's at my front door. And so I think for us, it is to balance the benefits versus the costs, but there certainly are costs, and I do want to, you know, acknowledge that. In this case, in the past, I said that I was willing to, and I remain willing to explore the rollout of this over, I think, a 2-year period. I think is long enough for us to see some real sense of the value of this program, and I remain that remains my stance. I do appreciate one of the concerns I had was that it seemed very costly, and I do appreciate that the chief has come back with a proposal that is still costly, but maybe a little less so. But again, I think that it is worth this proposal of 2 years, based on what could be benefits. And I get it, like, we can argue a lot of things all day of whether there is an actual causal correlation about a lot of things in the world. And I can't sit up here and say that I know for a fact that there is going to be some strong correlation to like a decrease in crime based on the rollout of these cameras. But again, I am willing to, based on the recommendation of the chief, go down this road of exploring it, and seeing what comes back. What's the data that gets presented? What's the actual value to the community?
So I appreciate all the work that's been done and all the people who've spoken about it. I think that we all, priority for everyone is people's safety and next property safety. I'm not in support of proceeding with this. I have 3 concerns. One is about the evidence. The next is about the cost, and the third is about civil liberties. These cameras are being perceived by people as something that will prevent residential burglaries. That does not, there may be a slight deterrence effect, but essentially these cameras and the information is used in investigative work and not as a preventative measure. Cameras generally, the security cameras, I understand, can provide prevention and immediate, much more immediate security. These are really, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that this is really something that happens after the fact in the investigation. And we are seeing in local communities that have adopted these cameras that there is still crime going on there. There's still residential burglaries. I just pulled up today a report from Woodside that they are now adding cameras. They have, I think it was 20 cameras. They're adding 2 more because they still are having problems. I don't see this as a way to catch people. I also, as when we met, I spoke about Mike's camera. There we had, Mike's camera was broken into. Someone backed a truck into the camera store in the middle of the night and stole merchandise. That car, this was in April, I believe, and the car was stolen in Oakland in January. it went through numerous, it must have gone through numerous flock cameras, many territories over those several months, and it was not caught. And the reason why is the criminals were savvy enough, presumably, to, I believe you said they cut the license plate. Anyway, there are many ways of getting around this system. And as more and more communities implement this, the criminals will get around it. And I think that it's something which will have diminishing value. And I prefer to see efforts to reduce crime in other ways. I'm also concerned about the cost. It seems like it's a bottomless pit of expense, putting public safety in the hands of private companies that can raise rates whenever they want to. And the evidence shows that the rates have gone up rapidly as this has been adopted by other cities and it's gotten more popular. And finally, civil liberties. I just do not feel comfortable being part of the surveillance state. I am uncomfortable with the cameras everywhere. And these are cameras that you really cannot opt out of. I too have cameras at my home. I have on my doorbell, inside the house, outside the house. Those are things that I have chosen. And people who come up can choose to or not as they see it. These are ones where people do not have a choice and it just tracks you wherever you go. So for those reasons, I appreciate all the effort. I appreciate the intention. I am very interested in looking at other solutions. Something that I've heard from one of our neighboring communities that does have flock cameras and where they are still, this is Los Altos Hills, where they just had a community meeting. I believe it was within the last 2 weeks, because despite an abundance of flock cameras, they are still having a big problem with residential burglaries. What was suggested there were neighborhood watch groups, and that actually is something that's very, very effective. I'm very interested in doing more to for safety, and I certainly would support if communities want to get together and get their own flock cameras. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. I've demonstrated where I stand in some previous comments, but just to reiterate, well, one, I want to acknowledge that my position is changing from the last time we had this conversation, and I had a lot of the same questions that have been brought up here on the dais, the concerns, as well as from members of the public about efficacy of the data that's being provided, efficacy of the tool, concerns about the private contracts and the increasing costs through each negotiation cycle, the privacy concerns. And I acknowledge that and hold that. And also in conversations with the police department and with others, I'm thinking about how this is a tool that the police chief and his department is recommending as one tool in among others that they feel would help their investigative efforts and help them do the work they need to do to keep our community safe, as well as to protect property. And I appreciate the policy efforts that we can do to at least address some of the privacy concerns. I hear you, Vice Mayor Combs, about the length of retention. That was one of the things that was highlighted in the policing project report and in the ACLU report on measures that can be done to somewhat address some of the privacy concerns. And so that's why I am still encouraging of those, because I've read through those many times and want to be responsive to that advice that others have shared for how to address some of these concerns. And I lastly want to say, just an echoing of that, this is not a fix-all. This will not mean that crime completely disappears, that we need our police department doing their other work all the time, and that it will also be important that we as community members stand together. We pay attention to each other's homes. We communicate with one another, because those relationships and connections on our own street are going to be what ultimately can especially protect our homes. But I'm open to trying this tool with some of those restrictions that I mentioned of wanting to, I would like to see the NCRIC window restricted to the 30 days, I would like us to have that inclusion for marking if it's a flock-related stop or not. And make sure there's a really rigorous system of contract renewal conversations on the dais to go over what has happened with the tool, and also to continue to hold Flock as a private company accountable for how they are holding our data and really, sensitive information about our community and others who pass through our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the members of the public who have written in, who've attended meetings, who spoke tonight. This is one of those topics that is really challenging as a council member. So I just want to let everyone know that I respect everyone's point of view, and this is hard. I basically agree with everything that Councilmember Dorr has said, including her recognition of others' points of views. But I ought to have evolved on this topic. I'm ready to move forward, kind of, we can call it a 2-year pilot, to see how this goes. And I also would like to see a narrowing of to the 30 days for both the Flock system and our mobile system, updating those policies. Because the fact that Flock themselves are the ones promoting this, and newly adopting cities are going with this based on best practices. I appreciate that. And so I don't want to repeat everything, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison, Councilmember Dorr, Vice Mayor Combs, and Councilmember Nash for providing your feedback on this topic. There are a few challenges that I have, and one of them is because there's only one provider to this. So the city was not able to establish an RFP so that we can put everything that we agreed on into this, and then send it out to let the providers know what we were looking for, because there are things that, bless you, things that do not exist in this toolkit for me. One of them is ShotSpotter, which I know that was brought to us several months ago. We cannot purchase a citywide tool with just the idea of serving one area's needs. And I know that ShotSpotter there was an interest both for District 1 and District 3. The second is there's issues around dumping. There's issues around traffic enforcement, just general security. And these are things that the Flock camera does not do. My big concern is speed, especially along the entrances and the exits to the city. And I know Flock doesn't address that. So for me, it's important that I share that part about where I am. And then also, there is value in building relationships and having a communication tool as your voice. And to me, that's what I see our police department for, is someone you can communicate issues to. You cannot do that with a camera. And so I feel like you lose that essence of humanity to be able to communicate with PD if a tool is doing that job for them. I am sensitive to the department's needs. And so having that balance is something that will come up definitely during the budgeting process. I'm hoping, Chief Norris, that a combination of maybe Flock cameras and CCTV cameras can address these other concerns, because I think dumping's an issue. I just think all these other problems are an issue too, along with residential burglaries. So I'm wondering, and I did not ask this question earlier because I wanted to listen to council feedback. So is that possible in this process?
If you'd like, I can provide a comment on
Yes,
that.
please.
First of all, we will never stop communicating with our community. You can be assured of that. This tool will not take that away. It will not take away the interaction and the conversation that we'll have with our community. And in terms of CCTV and bringing that back, one of the things that we were looking at as we evaluate Flock is we're also looking at bringing CCTV back to some of the select intersections where we have had it before, and that technology is now aged out and needs to be replaced. and some other intersections that are related to high frequency traffic travel, so that we can bring that element back in. Those cameras will, for the most part, be grant funded. If it looks like we need to do more than what we can achieve with grant funding, we'll come back and we'll have that conversation. As you know, it's very difficult to do enforcement for speed or anything else through a camera system. And we're still pilot testing that in some cities, and the state's not ready to move forward with that yet. But we do think that having camera, like CCTV camera eyes on, is important. And we will be moving forward with some of those locations.
With the CCTV, is that an opportunity for officers to review the footage and look at areas where you need more enforcement? Because I see people literally driving through stop signs, driving through stoplights.
What we will have is the ability to look based on request. And we will also be able to determine some traffic flow data, which Public Works already collects, but we may also be able to collect it through these systems. And what we won't do is we don't have the staffing to do real-time monitoring. In other words, we're not just going to be watching through the cameras of everything that's happening in the city. But we do have the ability to go back and, as part of the Vision Zero initiative, looking at intersections where there have been collisions, watch the dynamics of the collision, look at some of the other traffic flow and make some determinations. Nothing replaces our community's feedback saying these are the hot spots. This is where we see something's happening. We'll continue to go out and evaluate those in person, but the cameras will help.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know that nothing is going to substitute the interactions we have with our police officers. I also value them more than I value a camera. They have the opportunity to think through things. Cameras do not. They operate based on what they've been told to do. And I know that that's not up for discussion this evening. It's just about, I'm advocating for additional officers, but eventually it seems like we will need that. And if I had to pick one, I would pick a police officer versus a camera.
We hope you won't have to make that type of choice. We'll come back to you with recommendations for expanding our personnel if that's needed. And we may in fact, be back, at the next budget cycle. We're not going to be doing that at this current budget cycle. But we're going to be evaluating over this next year and look at what our real numbers should be.
Okay, thank you. Because a lot of the issues that at least I see in Menlo Park has to do with driver behavior. It's not attached to me, not necessarily a license plate reader. It's people rushing to get where they need to go. And changing behavior can't be done through a camera. It needs conversations. It's being pulled over. It's going to neighborhood association meetings, all of those pieces. I will share this with the council that I do agree with Councilmember Nash. I do share the same concerns that she has. The majority of the council supports having the flock cameras. So it looks like we are moving forward with that, Chief Norris. I'm hoping that the attention will primarily be paid to the exits and the entrances to Menlo Park. Some areas only have 3, so there's no need to blanket a community with cameras unless that is the request. So if there's opportunity to put 3 in one place, and then there's a request to have an additional, but to me, less can be more.
In our evaluation, I just want to reassure you, in our evaluation, we completely recognize that perspective. And we are not looking to blanket any particular area with cameras more than is absolutely necessary to cover what we need to cover.
And when the proposal comes back to council, the council actually has opportunity to either add or subtract cameras.
If that's the council's direction to come back in the budget with that, I believe that the recommendation was not to provide some type of a map and have it expanded or contracted from the dais.
Correct.
I would much rather have those conversations one-on-one and happy to take any feedback that you all might have.
Definitely. Thank you, Chief. And just based on we all spoke, do I need to repeat what council has said to give you direction? I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Combs has something to add.
No, I think no, you go. Okay, so I just, if I'm playing whip here and counting. I think that there's 3 votes to have this chief proceed with bringing this back for an item to be actioned on. I do think that though there is some not full agreement on the data retention issue, and there isn't a majority aligned on that. And so my only ask is, if that is the case, if I am counting correctly, that it's 3 votes, that be part of what is variable and what you bring back. Now, I'm not the cameras.
Right.
At least I'm only speaking for myself. Like I'm not interested in sort of making changes to the camera count. But since it's not clear that there's a solid 3 votes for the 30-day across the board retention, I want that to be something that is discussed when this comes back as an action item, unless my count is wrong. If my count is wrong, then maybe you don't have to bring it back as a variable.
I believe your count is correct, and I think that there is some additional discussion that needs to happen on that point. The good part of that is that if we were going to modify the ordinance, we would have to bring it back for a first and second reading. And so we could have the discussion and finalize what you want for retention at that time. It's not going to change the substantive recommendations that I have for modifications on the policy and the ordinance in terms of the rest of the recommendations that I've put in the staff report for you. But happy to have that discussion about the ultimate determination on retention during that, and to come back for feedback so that I can maybe understand what we bring you in the first place to be the proper direction.
Yes, and thank you. And I believe our city attorney.
Yeah, part of the direction, part of what needs to be brought back is the agreement with Flock as well. So there's an ordinance that the chief referenced. Some of the things I've heard tonight are going to, from my experience, having negotiated with Flock, an agreement in another city will need to be negotiated in their standard form agreement. I have found them very rigid in their negotiations. So I think we can start those discussions with them based on what we understand this evening, and then we can report back when we come back with ordinance modifications or the agreement. The chief and Justin and I can figure out in what order it's best to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Norris.
Okay, thank you very much, Council.
The next item on our agenda is from our regular meeting, item E. I would like to now call the regular business meeting of May 7th to order. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited. I would like to reintroduce City Council members and staff present: Vice Mayor Drew Combs, City Council members Maria Dorr, Betsy Nash, and Jen Willison. Staff present is our City Manager, Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager, Stephen Stolte, City Clerk, Judy Heron, and our City Attorney, Nira Doherty. I would like to reopen the agenda review. This item provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any request from city council members under city council member reports. Staff is pulling item M3 related to Middle Caltrain Crossing to be heard after business item N1. Does the city council wish to pull any item from the consent calendar or information items for discussion to be heard after the last regular business item N4? Does the city council desire to modify the order of any agenda item? Next item is item L, public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for the limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda. Therefore, the city council cannot respond to non-agenda items brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. I will call for public comment at the appropriate time for the following items: consent calendar, regular business, study session, and informational items. At this time, City Clerk Karen, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment for an item not on tonight's agenda, if you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in chambers, complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. We have 2 speakers thus far, so this will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. All right, and our first speaker will be Greg Spears, followed by Sudie Johnson.
I'd like to start by thanking the council for hearing us out tonight. I'm here in reference to the multiple contacts we've made with the council, with Menlo Park Police Department concerning RV parking located in the Campbell, Bohannon, Scott Boulevard area. The area for over 6 years has been inundated with RV parking over there. And I originally thought I would be coming up here and talking solely about parking and the nuisance of just the parking part. But as time has gone on, this problem has grown much worse. I'd like to discuss some of that if I could. So to start with, I have submitted some photos that you will be able to reference in there that will point out what I do have to say. So I am here today to talk about the RV sparking that impacted the business in the Campbell area. And as I've already pointed out, that it has gone well beyond just a parking issue. This happened long before COVID started. There were a number of RVs parking in the area, somewhere in the neighborhood, 6, 10 RVs. That number has greatly swelled in the last couple months, specifically over the last year. Businesses have been calling the police department. I've been talking with our neighbors. Many of our neighbors have been contacting you from what they're telling me. I was hoping some of them would be calling in here tonight. Some of the different problems, though, that have been arising are delivery trucks are being impeded by the RVs. They can't get in. There are semis. It's a fairly narrow street over there. It does meet the requirement for parking on both sides of the street, but there are semi trucks coming in, making deliveries, et cetera. Unsafe egress out of our parking lots. These RVs will park right up to the driveways, and you can't see to get out into the street safely. That's definitely an issue. We have noticed that garbage on the street. Matter of fact, one of the photos that I submitted has beer bottles in the street. There's a barbecue that they had put out there. They're barbecuing, they're partying, they're having a good time. Landscaping, they have dug into our neighbors' landscaping and started tapping into the water system. So they're really being quite creative on that. They work on their vehicles. There's motor oil. As a matter of fact, I took a picture. It's not part of today's, but I do have photo evidence of leaking stuff where they're putting down like a dry sweep kind of thing to soak up the oil from this RV that hasn't moved. It's been sitting there and it's leaking. We found human waste in our neighbors' bushes, and we do believe it comes from the RVs. We have strangers coming into the area at night. There has been late night partying or very early morning partying. We did run 3 shifts, and our employees were extremely upset by this. There was fights going on, and they would report that back to me. I do work over there. I've been working in the same area for 18 years, same exact building. And I've been hearing this over the last number of years. There's been an increase of, they're actually running businesses out of these RVs. There's a number of them that, vehicles on the street with their phone number, what their business is. There's a plumbing truck, a hauling truck, a number of things. They're running businesses out of these RVs as well. And I personally watched right in front of me, someone take a bucket of urine and throw it as I was walking down the street out of their RV into my next door neighbor's yard. The word is out, though, that the police department hands are tied. If I may have a minute longer, I'm almost done. The big problem now is the children. The top photo that I gave you is me went from last Wednesday when I came to this meeting and found out it was closed, but on the way here, it was just another example. Kids actually unsupervised playing in the street right there where the post office and Caltrain have hundreds of vehicles. Semis are going up and down the street. Somebody is going to get hurt or killed out there with the way the conditions are. There have been many reports. I'm not going to go through any of those kind of things as my time is up. I do want to thank you guys, the council, for taking this all under consideration. We've all, from my understanding, notified the council, the police, the ordinance department, and everyone keeps telling us the same thing. There's nothing that can be done. But we can't live with that. We have to address this problem. There's approximately 31 RVs over there right now, with many of them having additional vehicles with it. Some of them 2 or 3 cars. The area, if you haven't been over there, is absolutely overwhelmed right now. We need some support from the council, from the police, and any ordinances that are in place to be enforced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Spears, for coming and speaking to us.
Final speaker is Sudi Johnson.
Thank you, Council. A few years ago, the topic of short-term rentals was being discussed. It was during COVID that, for certain reasons, former council member Ray Mueller benched that and deferred it to a later revisit. During that time, there was also a study that was commissioned by the city on the issue of short-term rentals. I'd like to request that the council, now that COVID is over, to re-engage on the short-term rental topic and instruct the staff to share the results of previous studies and the underlying data with the public. If more is needed, I can dig into my files and provide it after the, today's session by email or otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you for the public comments.
Mayor, can I generally respond to
Yes.
I do want to say in response to the camper situation. I know that we have all received some of the emails, and for some time now, I've been discussing with staff and some property owners there, and also some businesses. This issue, it is one that does not lend itself to an easy fix or solution, which I think everyone appreciates. But I would encourage my colleagues who haven't been there recently to do a drive-by, because again, it's not a new issue, but the magnitude has changed dramatically. And I do think while there is no easy solution or fix, the current status quo is not tenable. Essentially a camper city has developed, and a portion of the city is not intended for that use and does not really have the infrastructure to support it, and it does lend itself currently to a number of safety issues, and those will only increase in the future. So again, I know that this is something, it may feel frustrating, and I wouldn't say the city's hands are tied, but I think it is a complex and complicated issue where we want to respond in a way that understands the problem and gets to a resolution, but also understands that and every person who's there, I can promise you, doesn't want to be there. All right. A number of circumstances have led them to that situation, and I do think it's important that we respond thoughtfully. But I agree wholeheartedly that the current situation is untenable, and we do need to address it. And it's my belief and understanding that we are working ourselves there towards at least looking at what we might arrive at to start addressing this more fully. So I guess that was more thorough than a general response. My apologies.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. All right. The next item on the agenda is item M, consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the city council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Herring, do we have any public comment on the consent calendar with the exception of item M3, which will be heard after item N1?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public would like to provide comment on our consent calendar items M1, City Council meeting minutes, M2, the adoption of an ordinance setting speed limits on certain streets, M4, a resolution to apply for a community forestry grant program, or M5, the receiving and filing of the annual City Council goal-setting workshop. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, now's the time to engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on consent calendar items M1, M2, M4, and M5. We have one hand raised. So I will be inviting Pam Jones. And Pam, if you could let us know which item you are speaking on.
Yes, item M4. Pam Jones here. I'd first like to say how excited I am and thank you to all of those that have gotten us this far to get funding for a tree planning document. And it's mainly because there's substantially different amount of trees in various parts of Menlo Park. And we should have the same tree canopy all over. But unfortunately, what's been happening is that mature trees are removed and replaced with young trees that take years to become the size of the removed tree to build homes. And the amount that we remove in order to do the office buildings, no one has even tried to count that. So I am really looking forward to remedies to this because we should be doubling our canopy rather than decreasing it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you for the comment on item N4. And at this time, is there a motion and a second on the table to approve the consent calendar?
I'd be happy to motion.
I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Doerr and a second by City Councilmember Willison to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item M3. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And at this time, before we go on to regular business, we will take about a 5-minute break. Thank you.
So having our city council back at our dais, Mayor Taylor, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Now we are on to regular business, item N1. Under regular business, the city council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require city council approval. The first regular business item is N1, adopt a resolution to establish no parking zones on Middle Avenue, make buffer bike lanes permanent, and continue Nealon Park frontage parking as a pilot for the Middle Avenue Complete Streets project. Here to introduce this item is our Senior Transportation Engineer, Kevin Chen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you can give me a quick second, just as I kind of navigate my slides. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council, members of the public. My name is Kevin Chen, Senior Transportation Engineer with the City of Menlo Park Public Works Department. I'm very glad to be here tonight to present this item in front of you. It's been a long time coming. I know many of you know the project well, so I'm going to heed the chief's advice, try to go through my presentation as quickly as possible so that we can open up, save some time for the dialogues. So as the title suggests, the item in front of you tonight is seeking your recommendations on the Middle Avenue Complete Streets project. Before I move forward, though, I do want to take a shout out to some of my former and current colleagues that work on this project that really instrumental to bringing the project to where we are tonight. First and foremost, our former colleagues, Hugh Louch and Esther John, who was with me at the beginning part of this project, and then current colleagues like Azealia and Mitch, who is with me currently, and then also one of my other colleagues in the transportation division, Matthew Huey, who played instrumental role in bringing this item to where we're at tonight. So I want to give them a quick shout out. So just before you tonight is the agenda item. I just want to briefly go over the project background, some of the history behind the project. Of course, spend some time on the data collection that is the result of the bike lane pilot that we received direction from the city council to proceed with, followed by the recommendations and other considerations for your approval tonight, and then finally a overall project schedule as we move forward with this project. The goal of the project, really, there's two levels to it. There's a kind of a localized level, there's a regional level as well. Locally speaking, we're really looking to enhance the bicycle and pedestrian visibility and safety for Middle Avenue. As you know, Middle Avenue is one of the key east-west corridors that serve many purposes. So obviously, improving Middle Avenue is one of the key features for the city. Regionally speaking as well, if you take into account some of the ongoing developments as well as future infrastructure improvements such as the Middle Avenue undercrossing, what we're really hoping to achieve with this project as well is create another really robust east-west connection that is promoting sustainable modes of transportation and really highlighting the safety feature of it all as well. So wanted to kind of quickly highlight that the goal of this project is not just localizing, but also taking into account some of the future for the city as well. A quick couple of dates of interest to the city council. As I mentioned before, the project really kicked off back in March 2022, where we had our first community meeting. I believe some of you were there in attendance as well. So appreciate you all being in the journey with us as well. Afterward, we went back to the drawing board and really kind of come up with some of the planning efforts that eventually resulted in the city council approving the conceptual traffic calming plan in October of 2022, followed by the pilot bike lane in February of 2023. After the approval, we went back, started the design, and luckily we're able to get the pilot installed in October of 2023. The bottom, there are two pictures that share with you some of the elements that we have out there today. As you can see, one of the changes that we made based on the photo on the bottom right is the change of configuration in front of Nealon Park as well, which we'll go into in a little bit more details later. Here's just a quick snapshot of some of the aerial images of what's out there today, as well as area street views of a couple of key locations Again, most of this, we're going to go into some more details later on. As I mentioned before, one of the key elements that we received approval from the City Council on is the conceptual traffic calming measures. Here is just a really quick snapshot reminding the City Council what you approved back in 2022. Again, this is conceptual drawings, but it does illustrate a relatively good idea of where the locations of those measures are going to be. Okay, the next few slides are going to be the sequencing of data collection that we collected as part of the pilot project. As many of you know, with a pilot, we typically like to collect some additional data just to see how the pilot is doing. So the next few slides are going to be the sequencing of those data collection for your reference. The first one in front of you is a data collection of volumes and speed. So one of the key features we're trying to identify with the bike lane is what has changed in terms of the vehicular traffic, the ped, and the bike volumes as well. As you can see, with the bike lanes, the vehicular volume generally did not change all too much. They're within 10% of one another. In terms of the pedestrian and the bicycle volumes, there is a nominal increase to those volumes keeping in mind that the pilot was installed back in October of 2023. And then finally, some of the one quick highlight is the speed limit for Middle Avenue. As you can see that we do have two speed zones. One is 25 miles per hour from University to El Camino. The other one is 30 miles per hour from Olive to University. However, with that in mind, we do have with your blessing tonight, we are going to go ahead and we will be able now to change the speed limit for the rest of Middle Avenue down to 25 miles per hour. And hopefully with the traffic calming measures, we can really achieve that goal next year. Here's just a quick snapshot of some of the collision data that we've collected for comparison purposes between October 2023 to now to the previous years. Happy to go into more details if the council desires. Do allow me to spend a couple of minutes on this slide as well. So here is a snapshot of the occupancy data that staff have collected. Just for your point of reference, these are percentages that represent the maximum occupancy rate. What that means is that staff have went out there various times of the day, various days of the week, including Sundays, really observing the occupancy rate, essentially how many cars are parking on the side streets, making note of those. So the numbers that you're seeing in front of you represent a maximum occupancy at certain times. So for example, with in front of Nealon Park, we do see a relatively high percentage of occupancy. Same thing with Nealon Park itself. And generally those have to do with a lot of the courts being fully occupied, pickleball, tennis courts, even the softball field having a game, a lot of picnic areas being occupied as well. So really seeing a vibrancy in Nealon Park that is contributing to that parking demand. Secondarily, I do want to highlight the percentages around Arbor Row, so the Rosen House, the church as well. As you can see, there are some higher percentages around that area. That is generally the result of Sunday services. As you can see next to the church, we do see some higher occupancy rates of 95% along Arbor, and generally that's about the first couple blocks of Arbor. And then what we are seeing though, however, is that next to Arbor, so Westfield, Fremont, Windsor, there are some additional capacities being available there. So we generally see a 50% occupancy rate along those streets. Okay. So in the back of the attachment staff report, I'm sure you have breezed through all the pages from the survey results. Here, we're trying to capture some of the essence of that survey. As you can see from the diagram to the right here, it really illustrates that Middle Avenue is a multi-use corridor. There's students using it to travel to school. There's commuters using Middle Avenue to get to and from work. There's other folks that are just there visiting Little House, Rosener House, or even for religious services. So it's really a really good snapshot that Middle Avenue is being used by a lot of different groups of users. And then in terms of the survey results, here's just a quick summary of some of the key elements that we have asked for. Again, in the interest of time, I'm going to just breeze through them right now, and then but happy to kind of go into additional analysis, values, etc. if you're interested. Okay, so with that in mind, the next few slides are going to be staff's recommendation in front of you tonight. There's going to be a couple recommendations and a couple of slides highlighting some of the other considerations that we're looking for from the City Council tonight. First and foremost, I would like to highlight that the recommendations, the next couple of recommendations are separated into two separate areas. However, the actual recommendation tonight in front of you, there are twofold. One is to recommend a permanent installation of the buffer bike lane from Olive to El Camino Real, with the exception of the Nealon Park frontage and also the Blake Avenue closure, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail later on. But for the purpose of the conversation, the slide in front of you is a quick, sorry, let me move this real quick, is the illustration of what is out there tonight. And based on the recommendation that I mentioned, this essentially would be the permanent measure. However, with that being said, we do intend to go back and visit some of the smaller design elements, but that generally speaking, that would be the recommendation in front of you. Okay. As I mentioned before, one of the key elements that we are recommending to continue as a pilot on is the Nealon Park frontage parking. As you know, as you might have perused through the survey comments, there are a couple key concerns that we have received from the survey results. One is the necessity for more parking spaces. As the survey parking occupancy survey have indicated, there are definitely a high demand there, especially during peak usage times. The other feedback that we received was loading and unloading of children. And with, as many of you know, Nealon Park, we have a really robust, a really nice playground, so very well utilized. Additionally, we do have Mellow Atherton Nursery School there, which many families attend and use the parking space to drop off those kids. So one of the feedback that we received was the existing pilot configuration is really not as conducive, not being able to kind of unload and load the kids as safely as they would like to be. So with those two with feedback in mind, staff is recommending to continue the pilot of the Nealon frontage parking. However, converting the configuration to what is out there now, which is essentially a parallel parking space into angle back-in parking spaces. Doing so would allow us to increase approximately 12 parking spaces from what's out there right now. This also addresses the loading and unloading constraints that we heard from many of the residents that frequent the park. So certainly trying to address both comments. This also additionally can improve some of the site visibility feedbacks that we receive as well. So for example, the driveway, we heard some of the visibility concerns. So it certainly addresses that as well. So many of you might be aware of what angle parking is. Some might not be. So here I prepare a slide to hopefully illustrate the demonstration here. So the illustration to your left here is a sequence of what a resident would do to execute this back-in parking. You would essentially slow down, turn on your turn signal, and then move in front of a available space, and then essentially get back into it. There's two images to the right here. They are screen captures of Stanford Avenue, so hopefully by the Dish area. I have frequented there myself. Pretty easy to navigate. Speaking for myself, of course. But here you can see that there are definitely some additional signages necessary to make sure that the users are comfortable with what they're doing, with an image of demonstrating how to back in. And then also if you're coming from the opposite direction, a signage that really tells them that you shouldn't be pulling in because even the situation might be there, this really are back-in parking spaces. So those previous two slides are staff's recommendation for you tonight with regard to the bike lane pilot. There's also some additional elements within the Complete Streets project that I'm going to go through right now. First and foremost is the reconfiguration of Nealon Park parking lot. This has been an item that we have mentioned before. We finally had a chance to finalize the design. With the additional changing in configuration, staff believes that we can increase the parking count by an additional 11 parking spaces. This essentially can be achieved by converting the angle parking space in front of the pickleball court slash softball outfield from diagonal to perpendicular. We would additionally be able to enhance a little bit of a pathway to allow for better circulation as a result of that. The other element is the intersection of Middle and Olive. So this is another one where we had really feedback from across the board, from drivers and bike users as well. Many of them share their perspective on what they would like to see at this intersection. So here staff developed two conceptual designs, both intended to address those feedbacks. As you can see, really the essence here is the conflict zone between peds and bike and vehicles, where that conflict zone occurs. So with option A, the assumption here is that that conflict zone occurs at the intersection where the cars, generally speaking, came to a complete stop and then proceeding, and the bikes doing the same thing as well, versus option B, the conflict zone really occurs before the intersection, where there is a little bit of a speed going on. However, your vision of view is generally what's in front of you, rather than try to look left and right as if you would at the intersection. So just a couple more key elements that staff is also recommending for the city council tonight. Generally speaking, we are hearing a few more comments, specifically regarding some of the minor streets, for example, Yale Row, where we are seeing some additional pedestrian movement as a result of parking on a minor street and crossing Middle Avenue. We have since then taken some measures to improve the crosswalk, specifically addressing some of the feedbacks that we heard about nighttime. And as a result of that, staff is going to recommend continue to monitor the area. Similarly, with Blake Street, as the city council might recall, part of the action previously was a approval of a temporary closure as a result of Nealon Park, the Blake Street being really one of the key pedestrian and bicycle access for the LIR area. Of course, doing so also means some of the restrictions for the vehicular circulation being detoured to El Camino or University. So again, given those conflicting information, staff is recommending to continue to monitor the situation and come back at a later time if necessary. So before I conclude the presentation, here is a quick demonstration of the project schedule. So with tonight, what we're seeking from the city council is an action for both the Complete Street project, which includes bike lane and some of the key other considerations that we have mentioned. Given whatever the action tonight, there are two pathways that will be going on simultaneously. One is the trial phase of the Nealon Park parking lot. With your approval tonight, staff is anticipating to start the design from now until summertime, with the hope of implementing the trial measure by fall of 2024. And then simultaneously directing his design consultants to move forward with the permanent measures. In this case, we're talking about the buffer bike lane, the traffic calming measures, as well as resurfacing of Middle Avenue. So for those elements, our anticipated schedule is to, again, continue the design into winter of 2024 with the goal of a summer 2025 construction date. And with that, I will conclude my presentation and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. And first, I'll ask the council if they have any clarifying questions. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you so much for all your work on this and this presentation. Could you explain the benefits of back-end parking as opposed to front-end parking, please?
Certainly, yes. I think some of the benefits also comes from your perspective as a driver or bicyclist. I think from a perspective of a driver, pulling in certainly would be a little bit easier at the beginning stage. However, toward the end, when you want to back out, your line of vision is a little bit more skewed versus if you are back in, you pull up and then you obviously create some inconvenience by stopping traffic and having to back in, and that navigation, some folks might not be comfortable with that. However, once you're parked and you're ready to leave, your line of sight is much better because now you're facing essentially oncoming traffic. So from a vehicular driver perspective, that would be the difference. From a bicyclist perspective, it's definitely a lot. As you're riding down the street, you can clearly see a car is stopping and ready to, either park, either back in or parallel parking, whatever the situation is. You can clearly see that. Of course, you would obviously see that as a pull-in as well. The additional benefit as a bicyclist is that, again, as a driver, when you're ready to leave, a back-in would allow you to be able to see those bicyclists coming at you at a much better visibility compared to angle pull-in, which you do have to kind of back up a little bit, turn. Not that it can't be done, it's just a little bit more troublesome and difficult to do so.
I believe one additional benefit is that when you're loading or unloading from the back of the car, from the trunk or the tailgate, that you're actually at the sidewalk at that point. And so it's a much easier
That's true.
transition as well.
Yep. If you're unloading
In
from
addition to the visibility. And then one other question, and that's, can you explain when the 25 mile per hour will be installed and activated? Thanks.
Thank you very much. So as I mentioned, one of the consent items tonight was the approval, the second reading of that item. So I'm sorry. Yes. Did I get? Yeah. I apologize. So that is one of the things that staff would be going back and basically look at some of the streets. Our goal here is to be able to implement them as fast as possible with the resources given. So we want to kind of evaluate the streets, see where they are, what's the best way to kind of implement them sequentially as well. So, but our goal is to at least get started on the process sometime in the June timeframe.
I was hoping you would say, my understanding was July 1st, obviously depending upon resourcing, but I thank you.
I understood. Yeah.
If I may add to that, Azalea Mitch, Public Works Director, we are, because we're nearing the end of the fiscal year, we're reassessing where we are with our contracts and budget to be able to prioritize which segments we would be installing the speed signs on.
Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Chen, and for all the work you and staff have been doing on this for years. A question about Middle at Olive and the two options. Looking at the staff report, I can't, so it looks like the Complete Streets Commission preferred option A, but then there's some commentary in here about the schools being consulted and site visits and staff. So have you made up your mind, or how are you looking for us to give guidance? I'm a little confused. And then if you could shed more light on the conversation at the Complete Streets that led them to select A, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, certainly. So we are still currently in a conversation with the school representatives to pick the best time available for them to go out there with a field visit and really get their feedback as well. So we intend to reach out to both Oak Knoll Elementary as well as Hillview Middle. So in terms of the Complete Streets Commission, their recommendation is option A. And the idea, or sort of the reasoning behind that recommendation is their desire to really see that interaction happening at a lower speed. In this case, you'll be at the intersection level, where the cars would come to a complete stop, proceed with a turn. Similarly with the bicyclist, they would come to a complete stop and then proceed accordingly as well. We do see a higher than typical conflict between a right turning vehicle and a left turning bikes as well, given the geographic area and then where they're going, et cetera. So that was one of the recommendations that the Complete Streets Commission went with, was given the population that is using those roads and what they're using it for. They felt option A is a little bit safer for the bicyclist.
Are you looking for our feedback on that? Okay.
Certainly, yes, we're
Okay.
certainly looking for any feedback that the council might have
Okay,
on the
thank you.
options. Yeah.
I'm wondering too, if you could speak to the conversation that you all had with Little House about the parking situation there and what feedback they had.
Yeah, so one of the, Little House, and I think this particular feedback is not just Little House, it's very much feedback that we heard across the board, is that the parking demand, as the parking that is currently laid out, the parking demand is very much high. And therefore, that's why staff is coming to the city council with essentially a reconfiguration of the Nealon Park. I think their desire is that they supportive of the Nealon Park frontage parking, because it does increase the demand or the parking supply there for Little House folks as well. Typically, hopefully with that additional supply, the demand for Little House would be lessened, and therefore they can have the parking space that are more readily available for the seniors. Generally, they've been supportive of the frontage parking configuration that staff is recommending.
I believe there was also maybe a comment from Little House about concerns of overnight parking there, which I wonder if that also extends into the day of folks who are full-time residents living nearby who are using that parking lot as their parking area.
Yeah, I would say anecdotally that definitely has been observed. However, sort of the enforcement element of the parking lot is somewhat different in this case. I think there's a whole different effort that we're currently embarking on to kind of address that issue. Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying that that's something separate.
Recognizing that, yeah, the comment has been mentioned to us before.
Mr. Chen, I received an email from a constituent who attends the new community church and wanted to know what kind of outreach and conversations were had and how their needs were reflected in the staff recommendations and staff report.
Yeah, certainly. So staff had a chance to basically after a Sunday service to really sit down and converse with the congregation there. And I think we had a really good conversation with that particular meeting because of the fact that the Complete Streets Commission staff report had already been published. There was a lot of information that was readily available, so staff was able to kind of reference that staff report as I continue to have those dialogues. I think generally the feedback that we heard from the church twofold. One is the parking convenience of Middle Avenue being removed. And as a result of that, as you can see from the parking occupancy survey, we're definitely seeing a lot more cars along Arbor, Westfield, Fremont, and Windsor as well. The other feedback that we heard from them was the demographic of the congregation. So generally, the seniors have to walk a little bit further than previously to attend services, or perhaps they can't find a more convenient parking. They have to park a little bit further out, so they have to walk a little bit further. So some of those feedbacks that we have heard have previously been mentioned to us as well. Our staff recommendation, while recognizing that we definitely, and as a result of the parking survey, we recognize that while Arbor is close to 100% occupied, some of the side streets do indeed still have that capacity. And then as far as the demographic of seniors getting closer to parking spaces, we're hoping to come up with some solution to address that.
Would that be within the church parking lot or around or surrounding or doing some other thing with city streets?
Yeah, so the church has committed to alleviating some of that need by converting some of the spaces into ADA spaces for, yeah. So the parking lot is big. The church has volunteered to modify the parking lot.
Thank you for those follow-up questions. And at this time, we will go to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public would like to provide comment On regular business item N1, adopt a resolution to establish no parking zones on Middle Ave, make buffer bike lanes permanent, and continue Nealon Park frontage parking as a pilot for the Middle Avenue Complete Streets project. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. If you are participating in chambers, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the front desk. We currently have 10 speakers. So in order to gauge how many total we have, this will be the final call for public comment on regular business item N1. So if you are virtual, please engage that hand feature or press *9 if you're calling in from a landline. If you're in person, please bring a speaker card to the clerk's desk. Okay, so it looks like we have a total of 14 speakers.
Thank you, Ms. Heron. We will do 2 minutes each.
Thank you. So our first speaker will be Bill Kirsch, followed by Katie Baruzzi.
Good to see you all again. Thank you for your service, council members. Really appreciate it. Bill Kirsch, live in Allied Arts. I just want to encourage you to keep pushing on making this city safer for all users. And it seems to me that the issue we have now that we've adopted Vision Zero complete streets is we need to slow cars down and make it safer, more attractive to ride bikes and walk places. Then that'll make it safer for everybody. So specific to Middle Avenue, I live nearby. I bicycle along there. Traffic still goes too fast on that street. So we need a raised crosswalk or a speed table, something to slow traffic down. And that's why we have so much demand for parking, is because we're sort of forcing people into automobiles. They don't feel safe to ride their bikes or walk. And we live in a flat city with great, with a great environment, great weather. We really should be trying really hard to make it safer for people to access the park safely, which is terrible by bicycle. Make it safer for folks to utilize other forms of transportation other than the automobile. I know this is a multi-year, maybe multi-decade process, but I appreciate your leadership on this. And I want you to just keep pushing on this because we have no choice. If we really want Vision Zero and a safe community, we have no choice. We have to provide equal access for not only cars, but for bicycling and walking. Now we have all these electric bikes, so we're primed for this. Specific to Middle, I'm not sure about the back end. I don't know, back end parking. I don't know how that's going to go. It'll be a pilot. I guess we'll just see. But just work on and think about how we can make this city safer for all users. And the main thing to me is to slow down traffic in any way we can using all the tools available. Thank you for your leadership on this.
Our next speaker is Katie Baruzzi, followed by Jackie Sebrin.
Hi, City Council, Katie Baruzzi. I formerly of the Complete Streets Commission. So I spend a lot of time thinking about the Middle Avenue configuration. I want to use my 2 minutes to talk a little bit about back-end angled parking, because I think this might be a really elegant solution for our city. And it's something I spend a fair amount of time observing. So Stamford actually implemented this over by the Dish on Stamford Avenue. I think it's 2016, 2017. I looked at the accident data and there have not been accidents despite the huge number of cyclists that come by that area. And it's the same situation where people pull forward and then back into it, and there's a bike lane to the outside of it. I actually went over there and watched for a while to see how people were navigating it. And the drivers are careful, you know, they don't want to bump into somebody. But I think you'll notice if you start looking around parking lots all over our city that backing and parking is happening more and more frequently, you know, even places like Safeway. I think the camera technology that our cars have is helping. What's also really great about it is that if you think about how you're angled, when it's time to come out of the parking spot, you can actually see beyond the nose of the vehicle next to you, which is really different from, say, those spots that we used to have on Santa Cruz in front of Walgreens, where every time you tried to pull out, you know, maybe there was a Suburban next to you and you were like, shoot, I hope there's not a kid coming, you know, but I can't really tell. So I think I was skeptical about the rear end angled parking at first when we heard about it from, I think it was Hugh Louch who might have brought it to us originally when we saw this months and months ago. And I think we piloted the parallel parking, but as we've seen, that park could really benefit from a little more parking. There's some great potential advantages to the rear and angled parking. Some of the other things that people mentioned were that kids tend to go backwards away from the car doors toward the sidewalk, which is really nice. So I'm looking forward to seeing this pilot, and I'm glad that staff have figured out how to get a little more parking there. And I think this will be a great thing for our city. Thanks.
Next is Jackie, followed by Sandy Napel.
Hi, council members and staff. Thank you so much for all your work on this. I'm Jackie Sebrian, resident in Menlo Park, also a member of the Complete Streets Commission, but speaking just on behalf of myself. So I am a bike commuter and I use Middle Avenue every day that school's in session and it's not pouring rain. So I will say that the bike lanes have made a huge difference in the level of safety I feel while I'm sharing the roadway with cars that are clearly speeding. So I will look forward also to the traffic calming measures. I think the stop sign at San Mateo is definitely helping. I would also like to say that I think personally, I prefer option A for a variety of reasons. One of them is that having a right turn pocket is what we had before. And while this does give a nice little slice of green between them, it does require bikes and cars to do that thing. And as was mentioned, that like crossover happens when cars are driving and they're in a hurry and they're not always looking for bikes. And my experience at that intersection is that I often actually have to wave cars through on their turn because they are so cognizant of all the bikes that are coming that they will like wait and wait. And so I like make them take their turn. So I'm not personally seeing that like everybody knows what's going on there. And so it is clearer where the bikes are and there's just less car bike interaction at speed. So I definitely encourage making it option A. The other thing I would like to add, since it is bike month, is Nealon Park. Like when we do the parking reconfiguration, there are no bike racks in the front of that park. Like when you pull up, there's a tiny little thing off by whatever that building is, but you have to actually look for them. And so I think bike racks are great advertisements for other modes of travel. And right now we're not doing a very good job of advertising for that. So thanks.
Our next speaker is Sandy Napel, followed by Sally Cole.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and council members and city staff, Kevin Chen and Hugh Louch, for leadership and efforts in making our city safer for the residents and visitors. My name's Sandy Napel, excuse me, and I live in the Allied Arts section of Menlo Park. And I want to talk about the Blake Street closure. I believe the paragraph in the staff report that we all got that discusses the Blake Street closure in Allied Arts does not describe the situation precisely. And as a result, it may not convey the situation adequately. In fact, the paragraph begins with a statement that there is a lack of alternative vehicular connections to College Avenue with the Blake Street temporary closure. The first problem with the sentence is that the term vehicular is too broad. Bicycles are vehicles, and they are indeed allowed through the intersection of Blake Street with Middle Avenue. So in fact, there is no change in connectivity to College Avenue for bicycles. The second problem is the use of the word lack in the sentence I just quoted. Prior to the closure, there were 6 streets that provided vehicular access to College Avenue: Arbor, Yale, University, Blake, Alto Lane, and El Camino Real. The Blake Street closure removed one of them. There are now 5 instead of 6. Even when considering just the section of College Avenue between El Camino Real and University Avenue, the closure at Blake reduced the count from 4 to 3. So while there has been a reduction in the number of connections, this is hardly a lack of connections. Nevertheless, while there was not a significant loss of connections, I do agree there was a loss of convenience for some of our neighbors, myself included. I would just ask that this loss of convenience be weighed against the improvement in safety for the adult and child pedestrians and bicyclists that continue to use Blake Street as a connection from the Allied Arts community to Nealon Park and beyond. We have always prioritized safety over convenience, and we should continue to do so here. Thanks for taking my comments and for your support.
Our next speaker is Sally Cole, followed by Gregory Ferris.
Hello, Sally Cole, Complete Streets Commission. I just wanted to provide a little context for the decision tonight. As I think most of us know, and I hope public as well, this project started years ago with just a surfeit of public feedback, not just from bicyclists, but from residents of Middle Avenue, drivers and walkers, that straight up Middle Avenue did not feel safe. Cars speeding was a frequent complaint, bicyclists swerving around parked cars and into car lanes, and pedestrians pointed out that along the entire length of Middle, there was only one crosswalk. The sidewalk was not continuous, forcing pedestrians into the road or crossing the street. Does that sound like safe conditions for seniors out walking, for parents with strollers on a street with 2 preschools and senior houses? It doesn't. So the decision you take tonight is not about bikes only. It's about making sure that Middle Avenue, a street that people of all ages use and enjoy, a street that is expected to experience a lot more car and bike traffic as the Middle Plaza underpass comes online, takes this first step to becoming a complete street, completely safe for all users. The next step is soon to follow, and I hope then people will start to see the vision being realized. Middle Avenue will soon be equipped with significant traffic calming measures, as Kevin said, safe crosswalks at Arbor and Cotton, digital speed indicator signs, lower speed limit, speed humps. This is a big response by the city staff and city council to years of public feedback about speeding on Middle. And it will increase the number of people biking and walking on Middle as well. Because this project is taking place in phases, I hope that Menlo Park residents can see that this decision is part of a larger commitment and investment that the city council is making in Middle Avenue and in streets across our city. I appreciate the council's leadership.
Our next speaker is Gregory Ferris, and that will be followed by a phone number ending in 3649.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead, Gregory.
Hi, my name's Greg Ferris. I'm a bicycle commuter. I live in the West Menlo Triangle. I want to strongly encourage you to make the buffered bike lanes permanent and to provide some context. Last year, in 11 days, 3 cyclists lost their lives. Between March 31st and April 10th of 2023. 1 cyclist died in Woodside, 1 in Redwood City, and 1 in Los Altos. One of them was a friend of mine. And although we carry them in our hearts, they should be with their families and loved ones tonight and not where they are. I think the city council already know these statistics, but just to say them, California Office of Traffic Safety found that of 91 similar sized cities, Menlo Park was 6th worst in bicycling collisions where the cyclist was injured or killed, and the 3rd worst for cyclists under age 15. And I think part of what we're struggling with is that the Menlo Park infrastructure grew in the 50s when the car was king, and it's only gotten worse. Unless we do things, it's gotten worse because since the 1950s, cars are vastly bigger, heavier, and taller, and drivers are more distracted and frantic than ever. I mean, the biggest SUVs are now 5 tons. That's a passenger vehicle. And to see what damage an SUV can do, I would point you to March 16th when a single SUV wiped out an entire family of 4 in the San Francisco West Portal neighborhood. So we need to do a lot to make things safer, and I encourage you to make these permanent. And I just want to bring up something I think Councilmember Dorr said some time back about making Menlo Park more like Davis, which is just a flood of bicycles. And if we, I think something that we can do. Thank you.
So our next speaker is calling in from a phone number ending in 3649. And if you'd like, you can state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Neil Wolf. I live across from Nealon Park on Middle Avenue. I've spoken at many of these meetings about the project and the pilot, but today my focus is to urge the council to open up Blake Street to Middle and to remove the permit-only parking granted to those who live on Blake and College Avenue. Nealon Park clearly needs more parking than it had even before the pilot. Since the reconfiguration of the parking with the pilot, I have not been able to walk in either direction down my block of Middle at almost any hour without seeing cars parked in the bike lane and on the sidewalk, making both impassable. Blake Street is the closest cross street, or the cross street to Nealon, and right next to the lit pedestrian crosswalk. It is a public street across from a public park, and it would clearly be the safest place for overflow parking for those using Nealon Park. It would be safer for all the bikers and park users if drivers were directed to park on Blake or College, since there is no longer street parking on Middle. It is also pretty unfair to those who live on Middle who have had their street parking taken away and not allowed to park on the streets nearby, either themselves or guests, all while the residents of Blake and College get their parking protected from the common folk that use the park. I want to remind everyone that the closure of Blake was initiated by someone who lives on Blake and did not originate from initial findings of the Complete Street Commission or traffic findings that the city came up with. Blake is a public street across from a public park that you have turned into a private street, basically because the right people have asked. There has been no consistency in the supposed protection of pedestrian safety. You keep saying removing parking and closing Blake is going to make things safer, but it is not. You were even granted a variance to a new home being built that was built on Blake during the pilot to not install a sidewalk. I think the park and the street are a public good and would benefit from the removing of the closure. It is in the interest of access to the park and safety for the city as a whole. Unfortunately, not everyone is lucky enough to live on Blake, but everyone in Menlo Park should get to use Nealon Park. And as a side note, I just want to mention that all of the parking studies and were done in winter or spring when it was quite rainy. Coming up in summer, Nealon Park is going to at least double the amount of kids that use it. And there's really nowhere to park, nowhere safe. You can't, I'm usually pushing a stroller or walking with kids. I can rarely get to Nealon Park without walking in the street because the sidewalk's fully blocked with cars. And it's nearly impossible to even walk the safe way with kids. It's truly unsafe and much worse than it was before the pilot started. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Sue Caton, followed by Michael Barclay.
Hi, I'm Sue Caton, a resident of Menlo Park. I want to talk about the problems that we've got with children. I keep hearing bicycle, bicycle, bicycle. We've got a lot more kids in Menlo Park than we have bicycles. We have a lot more toddlers and preschool kids in Nealon Park than we have bicycles. It's not safe for them. Parents can't go bicycling with toddler children to the park. It's not practical. They're coming in cars. And when they come in a car, the kids have to unload and the mother's got to supervise 2 or 3 or sometimes 4 children, trying to get them safely from the car to the park, to the playground without getting run over. It's what you're doing is not safe. Backing cars in, you're going to run over kids. It's much safer to have people front in. You can see the kids. Not everybody's got a backup camera. I hope the city attorney is there. You're talking about lowering the speed limit to 25 miles an hour. That can create a speed trap, according to the California Vehicle Code, artificially lowering speed limits below what people would naturally drive. I'd like to hear the city's attorney's opinion about that. Bike racks at Nealon Park, great. Put them over by the pickleball courts. Don't put them over by the playground. Those toddlers aren't riding bikes to the park. They need a way to get there safely. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker will be Michael Barclay, followed by Matthew Raskoff.
Hi, I'm Michael Barclay. I live in West Menlo Park. I've lived here for over 30 years. I'm calling in support of option B for the intersection of Middle and Olive. And I'd like to point out why option A, recommended by the committee, is an extremely unsafe scheme for left turns by bicycles traveling west on Middle. There's a number of reasons why option A is dangerous and unsafe. First of all, it violates existing guidance from the California DMV on left turns. I sent in a link earlier today to the California DMV website, which says, quote, "Never make a left turn from the right side of the road, even if you are in a bicycle lane," end quote. It's extremely dangerous to teach a generation of Menlo Park school-age bicycle riders that it's safe to turn left from the far right lane. Is that something you really want our children to learn? Also, option A calls it a protected intersection. If you look at the diagram, that alone should suggest that you send this issue back to the Complete Streets Committee for more study and exclamation. Will there be a traffic light at Middle and Olive? Will there be a button for bicyclists to push? It's ridiculous. What is a protected intersection? Finally, as a driver who turns right at that intersection several times a week, I'm really scared about hitting a bicycle that zooms up from Middle and cuts across my legal right turn. Has the city attorney investigated whether the city's immunity applies to creating a intersection that violates violates at least the California DMV guidelines? So please reject option A and instead pick option B. At a minimum, please tell the CSC to study option A more carefully. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Matthew Raskoff, followed by Ogul Afanasyev.
Thank you, City Council members and Madam Mayor. This is Matthew Raskoff, new member of the Complete Streets Commission and co-chair of the Safe Routes to Schools Committee at the Oak Knoll School. I'm speaking on behalf of making the pilot permanent. I think it's showing improvement. I would say the feedback that I've received from parents at Oak Knoll is that it's not perfect. But I thought the comment about phased implementation was right on. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're showing progress and we're showing improvement. And we shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I just wanted to lay out some of the feedback that I've heard from parents at Oak Knoll and from other community members, and to highlight some of the items that showed up in the survey as well. I would say the stop sign and the enhancements to the pedestrian crossings have definitely been beneficial. That shows up in the survey data and the experience of road users that I've discussed this with. We need more physical separation, and wherever there are bollards now on Middle, I think that has been an improvement, especially around Nealon, and the bollards that were added later at the corner of Olive and Middle definitely showed improvement there. I would say the comments about the need for reduction in speeds are right on. The traffic data shows that one section of Middle actually increased in speed while the other section of Middle went down in speed. We should, I'm glad we've reduced the speed limit to 25, but I think there needs to be more enforcement on speed. And I would say if there's any one significant criticism that I've heard, it's about the implementation of this pilot. So there was a lack of signage about the no stopping zone. And a significant lack of enforcement. I would say I called into the police department many times around enforcement issues. They were responsive, but not proactive around enforcement. And what you ended up with was, bikers weaving in and out of traffic as you saw cars illegally parked in the bike lane. So I'd say more coordination with the police and more focus on implementation with fidelity, but keep this pilot and make it permanent. Thank you so much, council members.
Our next speaker will be Olga Afa-Onsiv, followed by Emily Bayard.
Hi, thanks so much. My name is Olga Afanasyev. I have a lot of connection to Menlo Park. One, I live right next to Nealon Park. I also am the mother of a fifth grader at Oak Knoll who has been biking to school first with me on Middle when she was a kindergartner, and now she's a fifth grader biking independently. I'm also a mother of a toddler who does, both my toddler rides a bike occasionally, and I most definitely ride bikes with her, unlike what was mentioned before, around to both Nealon and Lyle and Burgess. So I'm really in support of one of the underpaths and, really want us to keep the permanent bike lanes. I think they have been a great addition, especially in the connection with the Stanford housing. And the other thing I wanted to remind everyone that a lot of the apartment buildings in the area will be rezoned, that have been currently zoned to Encinal will be rezoned to Oak Knoll. So everything on this side of El Camino. So there will be a lot more kids biking on Middle. And, again, that connection with the Stanford housing, and then also connecting with the Willows. And my daughter initially, before this pilot went in, was trying to ride through Allied Arts as a safe route. And that was definitely not safe because of all the Amazon trucks there and people not expecting bikers. So really the Ballards at Middle and University have been really helpful. The Olive intersection has been problematic. And I do really want to do a shout out to Kevin Chen, who has been kind of really in support and listening and kind of out there many times, as well as Betsy Nash, who has ridden with Oak Knoll up and down Middle Avenue. One thing to remember is also just making sure the gardeners who oftentimes park in Middle and take up a lot of the lane are aware of the changes. And so I really am in support of this. And, if Paris can be a biking city, I think Menlo Park can be as well. Thanks so much.
Okay, our next speaker is Emily Bayard, followed by Catherine A.
Hi, everybody. Thank you again to the council for all the work that's been done on this pilot. I want to speak specifically to the intersection at Middle and Olive. I have an 8-year-old and an 11-year-old who bike to Oak Knoll every day. We live on Cotton Street right near Middle. And my 8-year-old actually transitioned this year to being able to bike only with a grown-up to school, to being able to bike without a grown-up to school, in large part, due to the changes made from this pilot. And the new option A is much preferable to option B. The changes that have been made currently make that intersection far, far safer, both when I am biking, when my kids are biking, as well as when I am driving. In option B, as well as in the, is much more similar to the old configuration, where, as a previous speaker mentioned, cars need to jog over into a right-hand turn lane and cross the bike lane to do so. That used to be terrifying. As a bike rider, my kids or I would often be in the driver's blind spot, and you had no idea if they saw you and if they were going to notice that you were there. And oftentimes, they'd come up behind you and very quickly, especially electric cars are very quiet. So it was very, very scary, that part of the intersection. The new intersection, which is, very similar to option A, feels much safer as a bike at the intersection. As a bike rider, it's easy to make eye contact with all the drivers. It is clear that drivers, see you as a bike rider and notice you. And then same thing as a driver, I'm no longer, worried about there being a bike rider that I don't see. It feels much safer. So I really encourage you to go with option B and not option A. Thank you. Sorry, I encourage you to go with option A, not option B. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Catherine A., followed by Ross Silverstein.
So, my name is Catherine, and I bike to school every day. I'm a fifth grader at Oak Knoll, and the new bike lane is very wide and spacious, and it's very helpful when I'm getting to school. And it probably it's much safer than biking through Allied Arts or having a small bike lane. The intersection between Olive and Middle is sometimes a little unsafe because when you're a biker and you're turning next to the cars, like the cars, if you're trying to turn left and the cars are trying to turn right, the cars may not see you, so you don't, and you can't see the driver, so you don't know if like they saw you or not. So most of the time you have to kind of get their attention and try to get in front of them or like wave them forward, and that can be a little confusing, but I am still in support of option A because I would not want to like go in front of a driver who's not slowing down and cross in front of them, and that would make me feel really unsafe. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ross Silverstein, followed by Jeff Piper.
Hi, City Council. Thank you for your time. Thank you to the Complete Streets Commission for kind of working through this pilot and working through all of these issues. I know this has been a big one. So I am a parent of 3 young kids. My kids are 5, 3, and 1 years old. And I very frequently bike to Nealon Park on the weekends with all of my kids. We have a cargo bike and the kids absolutely love being able to ride in it to the park. And they're very excited to eventually bike themselves there as our crosstown routes become safer and more complete. Unfortunately, that is not currently an option, but we are working on it. I definitely want to echo the comments around a lack of bike racks in Nealon Park as well. And that's something I've brought up to the Complete Streets Commission before, and hope that that might be an easy fix. I'm here to advocate in favor of making these bike lanes permanent. As Menlo Park grows, we have people time and time and again complaining and worrying about traffic, parking, and congestion. While we're never going to get rid of all cars, nor would we ever want to, the long-term solution is to advocate for more people around town to walk, bike, and take public transportation as a way to reduce some of those concerns. Regarding the intersection at Middle and Olive, I want to advocate for option A. The Vision Zero principles that we have signed on to as a city very acutely focus on collisions that can result in serious injury or death, and speed is the primary risk factor regarding the severity of injuries for any given collision. Having the intersection point between bikers and cars happen after everyone's stopped, instead of when cars are traveling at speed, is a huge safety improvement. And so I hope you'd consider that. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jeff Piper, followed by Adina. Jeff, are you able to engage your microphone? It does look like you are unmuted. That we're not able to hear. Jeff, I'm going to go to our next speaker and then I will return to you. So I'm going to go to Dina and then we'll return to Jeff Piper.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and staff at the 11 Menlo Park residents. I live fairly near the Middle project and walk and bike there mostly multiple times per day, including possibly during this call. And like a number of earlier speakers do strongly recommend making the pilot permanent. Really appreciate the process during the pilot of the surveys and people overall saying that this is something that is making Middle safer and is something moving the city toward our Vision Zero goals. I support the various different strategies that work together to improve safety that both include the street designs and include the speed limit to help drivers slow down, which is a major increase in safety. And then lastly, I would encourage piloting out the back-end parking. I was serve on the Policy Advisory Committee for Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, and I remember when the decision was made to go in with that design at Stanford. And at that time, it was very controversial. There's a lot of consternation and worry about whether it would work or not. And that has been fairly uneventful since it's gone in. So that is worth trying here. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm returning to Jeff Piper, followed by Randy Avalos.
All right. Thank you for coming back to me. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can, Jeff. Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you. I'm Jeff Piper. I'm a resident in Allied Arts. My daughter bikes to Hillview every day, and I'm trying to get my son to bike to Oak Knoll every day soon. So thank you for taking safety seriously and for taking this topic so seriously. I'm also one of the residents that lives on Blake Street and advocated for the closure of Blake to cars. And I just wanted to give a little context on why, because I saw a lot of comments in the commentary about it, and it really was a safety issue that even like predates a lot of the changes on Middle Avenue with the parking and the turns and everything going on at that intersection. It was just a dangerous intersection. My wife and daughter even had a car that screeched to a halt in front of them because the car was trying to go around another car that had stopped and was waiting, because people are confused about what different cars are doing there. The crosswalk was put in. It was a big improvement. But even shortly after that, one of our neighbors that live on College was crossing through the intersection, and another car had to slam on its brakes and stop from hitting her. And so we're really happy to see that like one of the elements is removed from this, taking this dangerous intersection to make it a lot safer. And so we're excited about the pilot and glad that we're going to continue to monitor it. As far as the parking concerns that were raised earlier in this call, and also on the in some of the comments, like the parking enforcement on Blake hasn't been enforced in years. I know there's still signs that are up, but like we have no desire to like have protected parking, and encourage the city to remove the signs and to open up the parking, especially if it helps relieve the congestion. I agree with the caller earlier that there's a lot of traffic and parking on the street during the week and the weekends. And if we can help alleviate that on Blake, we're more than happy for cars to park on our street to take some of the burden. So thank you all for making the city safer. Really appreciate the changes you're making here.
Okay, and it looks like Randy Avalos has lowered their hand, but Randy, if you wanted to speak on this item N1, please do re-engage that feature. And I will be going to Brendan Visser.
Thanks for the meeting this evening. Brendan Visser. I live on Middle Avenue. I have a daughter that bikes to Oak Knoll and another one to Hillview. We're very grateful for this change that has resulted in much greater safety on Middle Avenue and advocate for it to become permanent, as many other speakers have this evening. I also wanted to very briefly comment about the Olive intersection. Over on Quarry Road, where I commute to Stanford on a bicycle, and on Quarry Road, right adjacent to Crate and Barrel and then the Stanford Barn, they have that kind of jog bike lane that I have to dash out to the left, and cars that are going to take a right turn go cross over. And as an adult on that bike every morning, I'm a little bit nervous on that exchange every single day. Cars are trying to zip across to get into the right turn lane to get to LPCH around the corner, and they're in a hurry, and they sort of speed ahead, and we have to crisscross. And even though I'm an adult and I'm accustomed to this and have been doing it now for a couple of years since they put that in, it still is pretty scary, and it frightens me to imagine my daughter having to do that to get to Oak Knoll. So option A, though it's kind of wonky to make a left turn from a right sided lane, and maybe there's modifications that can make that safer, still remains a safer option in my mind, using that exact kind of bike lane every day on Quarry Road. Thank you so much for the work on safety.
Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you for all of the public comments. Bringing it back to the dais and checking in with the city council to see if there is any feedback or direction for staff. Councilmember Nash.
Well, I appreciate all the comments and all the work that's gone into this, and would like to move that we adopt the staff's recommendations with making the buffer bike lanes permanent and piloting the back-end parking and piloting or continuing to watch Blake Street as a pilot. Thank you.
I would second that motion. And I'm also curious, I think there was an ask for feedback on the intersection of Middle and Olive, and I would like to support option A. I think that option supported by the Complete Streets Commission. I'm hoping too that having one lane of traffic will help slow down traffic more, which will hopefully reduce the cut through traffic that uses that road as a way to get around over to Sand Hill, which I'm hoping would help improve safety along Oak up the road near Oak Knoll directly. And I have some other things here too of the request to see more bike racks at Nealon Park as an important need. We also heard a lot about the need for enforcement of the enforcement or changes to be made to make sure folks are not parking in the bike lanes. And so I wonder if some combination of physical barriers, red curbs, more bike arrow decals, better signs, narrowing the bike lane and increasing the size of the buffer, depending on what staff think the proper design would be to make it less likely for folks to park there while still while maximizing the safety option for all residents. We heard a lot tonight from folks who are engaged or involved in some way with Oak Knoll and Hillview, and those young voices are especially important to me to include in this process. But I also want to recognize that a lot of folks have also reached out who are commuters going to Stanford, who are workers, who are people like myself using Middle to just move around town. This is about our youth, and it's about everyone, and it's about the future vision for our community. So that's why I'm supportive of this as well. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks. I am supportive of. So we have a first and a second, right? To be clear, I'm supportive of Councilmember Nash making the motion, although I'm not supportive of the motion because I do think this is something we have discussed a lot, and it is important to not belabor the issue that has been talked about a lot. But I did want to share, obviously, or not obviously, but I am not in support of the current direction of council on these items, as have not been historically. I do want to sort of start off with where there is alignment, and that is very much about traffic calming measures and slowing traffic down across the city. I think that is like really important, and something that I have mentioned on several different items that have come before the council. But I do want to reiterate, my concern is that the complete removal of parking on Middle had lots of challenging effects for the residents on Middle, and that there was possibly a more sensible way to approach this, approach their concerns, and approach the desire to have more clear bike lanes on Meadow. And to be clear, we didn't hear a lot from them tonight. That those concerns and those residents have not gone away. Believe me, they still call me and email me. It is just that they are incredibly demoralized and don't see the city acting in any way that like sort of hears their concerns. And so again, like I'm not supportive because I think that possibly there were other approaches that took into account the concerns and the impacts to the changes of the quality of life for a lot of the residents on Meadow, both in the homes and in the apartments from these changes. And so I did want to share that. Someone pointed out, or someone said during a public comment, that I think their child or themselves preferred Middle because in, I guess, one of the light art streets, there were all the Amazon trucks. And I'm like, well, do people on Middle not get deliveries from Amazon? I'm like, where are those trucks going? And that speaks to me the issue of seeing an issue from the perspective that impacts you, and not seeing it from the issue that impacts other residents. And that very comment, I think, highlighted for me what I see as the dichotomy in how some advocates have approached this issue. All that being said, like I do want to say I'm hopeful that this is ultimately successful. But one of the things I do think will make it challenging to be successful is this idea of back-end parking. I think there was a public comment who described it as elegant. I would describe it as the opposite of elegant. One, I think, doesn't take into account the issue of familiarity and norms. People don't do that often. They do not. So these are going to be not normal actions. The same with traffic circles. I think we like the idea of traffic circles, but they really don't, in a North American context, solve issues and make them more challenging because people are just not familiar with them. And I can think we can get into a chicken or egg argument all day, but that is the issue. That back end is really dangerous because people are not familiar with that activity. And I think that that's going to challenge this overall project to be very successful. First, and I would say that like, it is different because you are backing into a confined space versus if you're going head in and you're backing out to a wider space. So there's already that issue that I don't think is appropriately addressed, that you're pulling up and you're backing into a confined space. And that's challenging. And it's not something that you normally do. And this street is much busier than Stafford Avenue. So those are all things that I think really would make it likely that we're going to have issues with this. And I wish that weren't the case. Like I say, even though I'm not supportive, I ultimately want this to be successful. I want this to be something that makes the streets safer. But I don't see how that back end parking is like at all elegant. And I think it increases I think it increases the danger of this street and this specific section of the street. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Vice Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I will be supporting the motion. When we approved the pilot, kind of the threshold I was looking for at the end of the pilot was kind of this hardship versus inconvenience line. And I want to acknowledge to those who live on Middle, to those who live on side streets perpendicular to Middle, to those who attend the church and have to, not park exactly where they want to or have it exactly as they want to, that it is indeed an inconvenience. And that was something that I think we knew going in with eyes wide open. What I was always kind of curious about was, were those going to be true kind of hardships where we were kind of going beyond an inconvenience and really, really doing something terrible. And I don't see the pilot showing that. And so I'm glad for that. I'm glad there have not been safety issues. And so to me, the pilot reinforced what we were kind of expecting to see. I also appreciate one of the public commenters commenting on the MPCSD boundary changes, and actually City Clerk Herron, after that public commenter reminded me of that, I went and found the map that the Menlo Park City School District had. I took this from the Almanac, so thank you to the Almanac for making it searchable for me. But this is the city, the kind of dark black line going across is El Camino Real. The green is kind of West Menlo. The blue is more like District 3, which and the Willows. And then this peach is kind of, well, that's also District 3, now that I'm seeing it. It's kind of along the railroad tracks and kind of hovers over El Camino. But the pink part, those folks in pink used to go to Encinal or currently go to Encinal. So kids who live kind of in that downtown area and along El Camino actually have to cross El Camino to get to Encinal School, which is in Atherton. And thankfully, those kids are not going to have to cross El Camino anymore. So if the kid lives near Draggers, they now have to cross El Camino. So those kids are now going to be attending Oak Knoll. And so that's just more bicycle pedestrian opportunity for Oak Knoll, which is going to make Middle that much more important. So I just want to acknowledge that. That I think this is really a future-looking endeavor in moving our city in the direction that we want to go in. So I really want to thank again everyone who's participated in this project. Government moves very slowly. I do think that we have been taking all the comments seriously. I have not forgotten the many, many emails that have come in over the last couple of years from people who are agreeing with my position, people who are not agreeing with my position. Just because we're not necessarily seeing eye to eye on this topic doesn't mean we don't respect and understand where you're coming from. We just on council, we have a vote and we vote the best we can. So thank you for making your motions, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you for providing your feedback. I just have a few things to say. I do support option A and continuing with the parking removal. However, I do have concerns about backing up. I don't believe that every driver has great skills to back up into a small space. And I'm not sure if there's any consideration around that as far as either having less parking spaces and providing more space for parking. The way that folks drive now, I'm not confident people can back up without hitting something, especially on a busy street. There'll be this urgency for them to park quickly. So I see that as a safety issue. So not supportive of it because of that. So I'm not sure if staff has any recommendations on dealing with it.
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Mayor Taylor. So currently, I think from a conceptual design standpoint, we're certainly adhere to the city's guideline. However, there's certainly opportunity for us to widen those parking spaces just to make it a little bit more comfortable for folks to back in. Certainly that would have, of course, the kind of the opposite end of that would be might need to reduce the number of parking counts that we indicated in the staff report, but certainly with the blessing of the city council, that's something that we can evaluate in the background.
Just a question, since the three of you support this, would you be comfortable with having less parking spaces?
Could I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
How much new parking will be added with the updated perpendicular parking inside of Nealon Park? Because that's the other suggestion here, is not just the back end parking, but also added parking that's within the back area or the side area next to the courts.
Right, that's correct. So using what was previously out there as a point of reference with the backing angle parking as well as the reconfiguration of the parking lot, there's going to be only a net loss of 9 spaces. So we would gain 12 from going parallel to backing angle, and then the parking lot going from from angle to perpendicular would gain us 11 spaces. So again, using what was out there previously as a point of reference, if we implement both, there will be a total of 9 net loss spaces.
So you're saying from before this most recent pilot, so not from right now,
Exactly.
but how many will we be gaining from right now?
We'll be gaining right now from 14 to 26. From the parallel to angle backing angle parking, we'll gain 12 spaces.
12 spaces plus how many from the
Plus
back end?
11 from the parking lot.
23.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I think for that reason, I would want to go with the city staff's design recommendation for what they think is best for the number of spots, rather than asking upfront that it be reduced even more.
I don't think that the backup parking addresses the safety concern. We're assuming that every driver has the same level of skill. I don't believe that. And so my concern is if you have 26 parking spaces, you have 26 people parking at whatever amount of times per day on a busy street, trying to get into an angled parking, and the parking lot only has 1 space. I'm just saying, I don't believe that everybody has the same parking skills.
I would wonder what size they are currently suggesting, because they might already be large enough to account for some of that variation with parking.
The variation of someone not knowing how to drive. That's the issue. Councilmember Nash.
So first of all, there are parking spaces behind. So if someone is not comfortable with back end parking, they can certainly go around to the back of the, if they will, go around to the back parking lot and park there. But I would also, in the interest of time, I had made the motion quickly, but now I do have a few comments. And one is, we have seniors in the back parking lot and the front. We have people coming in and out with strollers. So I think when you are designing it, I actually was going to request that we do have a little bit more space, or just you keep in mind that people will be, to not get too close, so that people can exit if they have a little bit more mobility challenges, if they are trying to get kids in and out of car seats, whatever, that there's enough space so they're not banging the next car door, which I think would also address to some extent the back end parking.
Yes, we'll go ahead and reassess that. There will be options, as you noted. We are making changes to the parking lot itself. And we are trying to offset the parking spaces so that there's actually a path along the baseball courts. The driving change behind the back-end parking or the concerns from the nursery school and unloading and making that movement much safer. We do understand that it is something new that the city would try. Stamford has seen a lot of success on this, and so hence that's why we're recommending it as a pilot so that we can assess. But drivers will have two options. They can go into the parking lot itself. We're actually improving the signage so that they don't miss the entrance, and then they'll have the ability to do the back end as well.
Thank you. And the signage was another piece, so that people, when they're going toward El Camino, realize that if you want to go to Nealon Park, this is where you need to park because they will, it'll be difficult to do the back-end parking otherwise. And I also wanted to give a shout out to all the residents and also to the new community church, because people really did make it work. And especially on Sundays, I do go by and try and see what the parking was like. And an additional pressure on the parking there is that there's soccer games going on Sunday mornings at Lyle Park. And so there's additional people who are parking and coming and going. And it overall just, it really seems to work. Yes, it's at 95% Sunday mornings, but everyone seemed to be cooperative, and in general, there didn't seem to be people who seemed too frustrated. They were making it work, and the residents have made it work. And the Amazon trucks do come on Middle Avenue. I live on Santa Cruz Avenue, which we lost our parking. I shouldn't say we lost. Our parking was used for bike lanes, and it actually has been a wonderful change. And the Amazon trucks, the UPS trucks, the mail trucks, they do come, and they just are very quickly stopping there. Hopefully not during school hours, generally not, or school travel hours, but they still come. It is not a unique hardship for the people on that street. Thank you. And I agree with option A.
Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you. Mrs. Zelia or Mr. Chen, do you have a sense of the traffic volume on Stamford Avenue versus Middle Avenue? Because my kids used to go to a camp there, and it seemed like cars were whipping down Stamford all the time.
We don't at the moment, but we can follow up with that information.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
As someone who has used that street very often, both as a biker and a driver without a backup camera, I've found that experience to be very positive and safe in both ways. And so I'm eager for us to explore it, and I am supportive of the adjustment of looking at size for both reasons that were suggested here.
Okay, one quick question, and then I'll let us move on. So and I don't know if this is for the public works staff or for the chief, is it technically a parking infraction if you are facing forward and in a parking spot that's designated for back-end parking? Like, is that a ticket if you come and you find me facing forward in that parking spot? That's just a question, maybe for personal reasons, maybe for not. But I would really if you don't know that off the top of your head, totally fine. But that would be something that I think would be important to highlight if this is the direction we're going in.
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. And this is obviously pretty new for me as well. This is a something that would be experimental for us and that we wouldn't be used to. That being said, I think that there's room to find infractions for that kind of parking. You're parking facing the wrong direction on the street, as an example. If you were to park head in, you would have the wrong set of wheels towards the curb. And so there's room for an infraction there if really need be, but As always, our desire first is to take a community policing approach and try and provide some warnings and some good guidance and hope that corrects the problem.
And I do think it's important to clarify, I wasn't saying to look for that to be an infraction. To be clear, I was just asking.
Mayor Taylor, would you like me to call for the vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Nash and a second by City Councilmember Doer to adopt a resolution to establish no parking zones on Middle Avenue, make buffer bike lanes permanent, and to continue Nealon Park frontage parking as a pilot for the Middle Avenue Complete Streets project. Give me just one moment to. Forgive me, was it City Councilmember Nash who made that motion? Yes? Okay, thank you. Perfect. All right. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes with Vice Mayor Combs dissenting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item on our agenda is item M2. Are we on N2?
I believe we're going to move to item M3, the pulled
M3.
item from consent.
Let's do everything back. Thank you, Ms. Herron.
Thank you.
We are on item M3. Ms. Herron, do you mind reading the agenda item for me,
Of
please?
course. So we are going to item M3, which is authorize the city manager to execute an MOU with Caltrain to develop design and environmental clearance documents for the Middle Avenue Caltrain Crossing project. And here to introduce the item is Public Works Director Azalea Mitch.
Hi, good evening, council members. Azalea Mitch with me tonight is also Rob Bernard, who is the Chief of Rail Design and Construction at Caltrain. So we're here to, if you go to the next slide, Judy. To give you an update on this project, where we are, and to seek your direction for next steps. As you are very well aware, this project involves the design and construction of an undercrossing along the Caltrain tracks for bicycles and pedestrians. Back in 2023, you all provided direction on the design elements. As of yesterday, we closed on the purchase of some property along 700, 800 El Camino for the project. And throughout this effort, we've continued to work together with Caltrain on the project. Next slide. So there have been some changes, specifically on the cost of the project. We were estimating a construction of $23 to $35 million. As of just last month, this 2024 estimate is up to $34 million. Of that, the significant costs are in the utility relocation effort. We have been working with Caltrain on the rest of the project that involves the environmental clearance, the design, and the construction management, as well as overall project management. We were estimating lower costs, but as of just last month, those costs did increase to $28 million, bringing that total to $62 million for the project. Next slide. Because of the high costs, we are coming to you with a different approach, much of which came from Mr. Bernard. We are proposing to phase the memorandum of understanding scope of work. If we seek your approval, the first phase would advance the preliminary design, get us through environmental clearance, and bring the designer and contractor on board so we can do deep dives and value engineer the project. There are quite a few challenges with the utility relocation that we're hoping with a contractor on board, they can help us assess, perhaps avoid some of those relocations, which would reduce the construction costs significantly. We are intending for this effort to take around 9 to 12 months, bring that back to you in the spring of 2025. We are also continuing to evaluate grant opportunities and are currently working on a grant application to address the funding shortfall on this project. So at the end of phase one, if you give us tonight the direction to approve this MOU, we would be coming back for quite a key decision on this project early next year. We would have much more information on the cost certainty as it relates to the design and the construction approach. And we would have an updated overall project estimate for you that would just include the value engineering and address some of that risk that this estimate is carrying. So at that time, we would look for direction as it relates to assessing where we are with the project funds and what the total project cost would entail, to then move on to phase two, which would advance this design further, really develop the utility relocation packages to get the utilities out of the way for phase three, and then the final phase would actually be construction. If this goes as planned, we would be starting construction in the summer of 2026 and completing this effort in 2028. Next slide. So tonight we are requesting that City Council authorize the city manager to execute this memorandum of understanding in the amount of $2 million so we can continue to work with Caltrain and initiate the preliminary advanced design, address the risks on this project, and to bring back to you much more cost certainty on the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. And at this time, I will turn it to Councilmember Nash or Councilmember Williston. Did you pull it? Oh, do you have any clarifying questions? Councilmember Williston?
Thank you. Ms. Mitch, we've done a lot of construction projects before, and there's always kind of like a management soft cost. My understanding is that typically those soft costs are around, what, 10% of the construction costs? Is that kind of industry standard?
Yes, the industry standard is between 10 to 20% depending on the complexity of the effort, but yes, between
Okay.
10 and 20%.
So then if we're reading the new figures correctly, the soft costs are now about 100% of the construction costs? Is that what we're to understand?
Right, yes, that is correct. We've been working with Caltrain to understand the contingencies being included in that estimate and the escalation factors. So yes, indeed, at the present time, that is we're seeing just a rather large cost in terms of taking this project into design and the management.
Okay, that's my question for now. I will have comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
Could you explain where the $2 million is coming from that you're requesting for this MOU?
Yes, we currently have traffic impact fee funding budgeted in this project, and we have a grant. So part of this effort, if you do give us direction for the MOU, we would be looking at using grant funding to initiate the design.
Vice Mayor Combs?
And just so I'm clear, following up on Councilmember Willison and those soft costs, like this is what's coming from Caltrain, right? About what they are saying those costs will be.
Correct.
Correct.
Caltrain.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public would like to provide comment on consent calendar item M3, authorize the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with Caltrain to develop design and environmental clearance documents for the Middle Avenue Caltrain Crossing project. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Currently seeing one speaker, so this will be the final call for public comment on consent calendar item M3. Okay, so our speaker will be Adina Levin.
Hello, council members, and a comment and a few questions about this project. So the comment is that this is a project that has long been planned for the city and is something that would be of really great value for people walking and biking from one side of the city to the other across the Caltrain tracks. And especially as we've been adding development, homes and offices on both sides of the tracks, and have like really community amenities, retail, and playing fields and gyms and so on and parks on both sides. Like, it's just a huge value to the community. And the staff report and the costs are really kind of perplexing. So I'm not fully reading this correctly, but is the doubling of the cost due to utility relocation? Is that an estimate of $30 million to relocate utilities? That seems rather perplexing. And then the other question is about the reasoning for the higher than the industry norms in terms of the soft costs. That there are cost escalations kind of all around in a variety of capital projects, but and this is a really, really important project that deserves some scrutiny and attention to be as cost effective as possible. Thank you.
All right, and seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you for the public comment. And at this time, just want to check in with Councilmember Willison and Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I am, as a reminder, the representative on the local policymaker group. I've tried to be a very active member of that group, and Mr. Bernard, I met with you last year with Caltrain Executive Director Michelle Bouchard and others, and I just wanted to thank you for being here tonight. I know Caltrain really prides itself on having partnerships with the city, and so you being here is a great testament to that. I also think it's very fortuitous that you were here for many, many hours and got to hear the last agenda item, which was about Middle Avenue. And if you recall, last year when we met, I was telling you all about Middle Avenue. I believe we either just approved the pilot or we were going to approve the pilot. And I was explaining to you how instrumental the Middle Avenue undercrossing was to our whole city's bike network. And I think I even printed out some maps for you to show you how it was going to connect all the way from the Bay side in District 1 over the Ringwood Bridge, over 101, potentially through a project that's under review, past the parks, under the tracks, and down to the parks and the schools. And so I'm glad you got to hear testimony and see how serious our council is about investing in that bike ped network. So it was quite, this middle undercrossing project is really a centerpiece of what we're trying to accomplish here in our city with connectivity. And so I have to say it was really jaw-dropping to read the staff report and to learn about the cost that Caltrain is projecting and the fee that they're projecting to charge Menlo Park. And to be honest, it almost feels, again, this is not personal to you, and I'm sure that Caltrain has its reasons, but it almost feels like Caltrain doesn't want this project to happen. I mean, the costs have escalated so much that I feel like it's putting the entire project in jeopardy, which really hurts our city's ability to have a connected community. And this is what's so shocking to me, because Caltrain, through my commitment and involvement with the local policymaker group, and even in our last in-person gathering, we went over what was called like the City Caltrain Partnership. And kind of the theme of that partnership was what the cities can really do for Caltrain to help increase ridership, to drum up excitement about Caltrain, to support TDM, transit-oriented TOD, transit-oriented development, to make sure our employers have go passes. And I feel like our city has really been really trying to do our part. Our city participates in those programs. We're really, through our housing element, working on transit-oriented development and whatnot. And then to see this, it just feels very disappointing. So I spoke a lot with staff over the last few days about this, and it's my understanding that there's this new kind of extra phase to spend this $2 million to get to kind of more cost certainty of kind of getting us to the point where we can really make kind of a go, no-go decision and give us all an opportunity to actually get real construction bids, to understand more about the utilities, understand more about what Caltrain's role would be in the management and oversight of this project. And I would just hope, and I don't know how to put this more strongly, that in this year or 9 months that we have of this next phase, that something will be done to look at these soft costs, because it's really dumbfounding. And so I just wanted to express my deep desire that this is revisited, that Caltrain comes to the cities in the spirit of partnership, just as the cities, I think, is trying to walk with Caltrain in partnership. And like I said, it's encouraging that you're here and you're willing to engage with us. But this is really alarming, what we're seeing here tonight. So I know I just kind of threw that on you. Again, it's not personal. I know you're here as a representative of Caltrain. I definitely would love for you to pass on this sentiment to the powers that be. And I want to give you an opportunity to respond to me. I know I just threw a lot at you, and I'm sure this number didn't come out of nowhere. So I guess for our council, maybe you can help us understand more about where Caltrain's coming from, because it's really hard for us to see that. Thank you for allowing me to kind of unload on you, Mr. Bernard.
Councilmember, I really do appreciate that comment. And really appreciate the opportunity to provide information. We do want to work in partnership at every step along the way. But we want to do that with eyes wide open. And the soft costs that we shared also included an extensive level of contingency as project reserves and money for escalation kind of rolled into that. And so it's not all staff time. It is what we think is and kind of the unallocated project risk contingency in that number as well. But as Director Mitch was talking about, our next step is to try to invest a small amount of money to increase our level of cost certainty and schedule certainty by bringing on a CMGC contractor, general manager, for that early contractor assistance to take a look at the project schedule, because project schedule is a key cost driver. How long will it take to do this project? How long will it take to relocate the utilities? Those are key cost drivers, and get commercial pricing from a contractor where there's still time in the design to make informed choices. And so really looking at the details of constructability, taking a look at risk. Right now, the construction industry has a lot of risk with labor, materials, supply chain, those elements, and really define what is the appropriate level of contingency as opposed to what we think it is today. And really do that, roll up the sleeves, look at value engineering, and really right-size the project to try to meet the budget that we have, because we understand this is a long-held priority for the community. This is critical for those connections for pedestrians, for the bicycle network. When you take a look at the outer direction travel going to the north, it's about 7/10 of a mile. When the outer direction travel down to Palo Alto Avenue is about a mile. And you're investing an enormous level of money and resources and time on making Middle Avenue a complete street. And this is one of those vital connections. And how do we get that? And one of the ways we try to do that in this uncertain environment with construction is to invite the contractor inside the tent to roll up the sleeves with us in order to say, what's the best way to build this? What's the optimal way to build this? And really balance the needs of construction and the needs of the traveling public, right? You have streets on either side, you've got a railroad, and you've got construction. And how do you optimize all of those things? Looking at it holistically to try to drive the cost down and get the best solution. So that's why we propose, let's do this step approach and take the next step to improve that cost certainty, because the schedule we had is really long, and that's a key cost driver. If you can compress that, take a good hard look at that, get a better window on what things cost, then we can come back to council and say, here's what we learned with commercial pricing from our on-calls for designers. What will they charge us for the next level of design? For the contractor, what would it cost for construction? To get some real pricing and then come back and support informed decision-making. Now, hopefully that answered some of your questions.
So I guess going back to the question I asked Ms. Mitch earlier, with the industry standard being approximately 10 to 20%, once we get the construction costs, do you foresee the soft costs being in that range? And if not, why not?
Construction on an electrified operating railroad is oftentimes has a different cost than other projects. Now, the benefit to this project is it's not requiring a shoe fly. It's looking to go underneath and not modifying the safety critical systems of traction power, signal systems. And so we will provide a full detailed backup, just like a consultant will. If here are all the hours, here's all the level of effort, here's the staffing plan, here's the duration, here's the labor rates, and have full transparency, what the costs are to deliver the work, trying to do it as efficiently as we can. The percentage depends on what the denominator is, what the project cost is, which is driven by the construction community. So it's hard to say what the percentage is until we know what the construction cost is from the contracting community. But we will commit to be very transparent with our cost, try to give a full backup. Here's all the staff working, here's the hours they work, here's the tasks they're working on, here's their billing rates. Let's have a conversation. Are we right sizing the work to manage the risk profile?
Or are you gone? So thank you for the comments. I'll just add as someone who took a different vote as it relates to the middle. While there is some discussion and debate debate and difference as to what like the bike infrastructure looks like on the streets of Menlo Park. I think that there has been no debate that this is a critical project for the community and a key foundation or link to however that bike infrastructure looks like. So I just want to reiterate that this is something of which there is as close to unanimity as you're ever going to get in Menlo Park and support across the community. And I think the city's leadership for this project. I mean, again, we have the public high school on one side of the drags. We have the public middle school on the other side of this. So I think this connectivity is really key. I think my concern is not for you to respond, though, as you look at that cost estimate. Is this what I see as a critical and one of the most important projects of the city? Is it slipping away from us because it really quickly is a different type of project as you look at it from a cost perspective based on where we're headed. And I appreciate and hear everything you're saying, and you don't have to repeat it. Like I said, I'm not specifically asking for a response, but I will say this is like important to everyone, this project. And so, and I think we appreciate that, like, it's always going to cost more than we expected. But what you're presenting us with is something that is a lot more, I think, than we expected.
So just to reiterate what others have said and to add a little bit more, the idea behind the proposed tunnel is to facilitate a busy pedestrian and bicycle artery across Menlo Park. Unfortunately, design changes required by Caltrain make the tunnel longer, deeper, and much more expensive. I do think that it's still a useful connection and support moving it forward to the next step to better determine cost of construction. I also worry, as I hear value engineering and that we're trying to do this, that we don't further, for lack of a better word, degrade the tunnel as it currently exists. And so it is something that people will feel comfortable using, that people will truly use, even though it is longer and deeper and not quite what we had imagined. But please, yes, let's get the cost down, but let's also keep in mind just the functionality, the usability of it. And one key thing that I believe is that this will be a critical artery, even more so when we're doing the grade separations. So whatever we can do to keep it operational during those grade separations is critical. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments on item M3? So at this time, I will entertain a motion.
Yeah, I will go ahead and move to authorize the city manager to execute the MOU with Caltrain. And that's it.
I will second.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Willison and a second by City Councilmember Nash to authorize the city manager to execute an MOU with Caltrain for $2 million to develop engineering design and environmental clearance documents for the Middle Avenue Caltrain Crossing project. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you, Ms. Mitch, and our representative from Caltrain. In the interest of time, I would like to cover items N2 and N3, and then move N4 and our study session, item 01, to our next city council meeting. All right, we have support. Go ahead. Okay. All right, the next item is N2. Returning to our regular business, consider and adopt a resolution approving the water supply assessment for the Parkline mixed-use master plan, proposed project and project variant. Here to introduce this item is our principal planner, Karina Sandemeyer.
Mayor, if I could just ask while they're getting set up, please come and get set up, just double checking on the staff presentation. Would you like the staff presentation at this time? They're prepared to give it. They can potentially go through it quickly, or it's up to the city council.
Go through it quickly would be wonderful.
Okay, so if that works as they get set up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and here to introduce the item is Principal Planner Karina Sandemeyer.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and council members. I'm Karina Sandmeyer, Principal Planner with Community Development. Apologize for the delay in getting set up. So this is the Parkline Mixed Use Master Plan Water Supply Assessment I'll be doing a presentation on. So the purpose of the meeting is to consider a water supply assessment for the Parkline Mixed Use Master Plan project. The council will be acting as the governing body for the Menlo Park Municipal Water. The WSA evaluates whether sufficient water supply is available during normal, single dry, and multiple dry years to meet the project demand over a 20-year period. Proving that WSA would not consider or endorse the merits of the project and would not approve the project. So this is the project site. It's right across the street across Laurel Street from City Hall. It's developed with SRI's research campus, and it's generally bounded by Ravenswood Avenue, Middle Avenue, Laurel Street, and the Burgess right-of-way. So this is a quick overview of the proposed project. There will also be a study session on the project and a project variant that the applicant is pursuing, and that will be at the May 21st City Council meeting. So the project is the redevelopment of the campus, and that would include up to 550 total residential units, replacement of nearly 1.1 million square feet of R&D and support buildings, The retention of 3 existing buildings for SRI, and those are shown in the darker kind of hatched blue. It would also include 3 parking structures for non-residential uses, and those are shown in the gray, and a recreation area and 1-story community building. That's shown pink or purple color. And then the buildings along Laurel Street and part of Ravenswood Avenue are the residential buildings shown in yellow. And then this is a site plan of the proposed project variant. This includes the addition of a church property at 201 Ravenswood Avenue. It includes a total of up to 800 residential units. It includes a community space within a 100% affordable building and the potential for a 2 to 3 million underground water storage system that would include a pump station, surge tank, and wellhead. And in this site plan, basically the yellow buildings along Ravenswood are the residential buildings. The 100% affordable building is moved to the corner of Ravenswood and Middlefield, and additional townhomes are proposed just to the south of that. And these are the following city actions that would be required for the project. I won't go through all of them. I think the main ones are general plan amendment, zoning ordinance amendment, rezoning, and certification of an environmental impact report. So the WSA looked at the projected net new water demands. And to look at that, the SRI existing demand was subtracted. Demand for 400 dwelling units analyzed under the WSA for the city's housing element was also subtracted. So at that time, it was assumed 400 units would be located at the project site. And the existing demand for SRI and 201 Ravenswood Avenue were subtracted for the project variant. Based on the above, the WSA considered the following net new water demands. So it's 10 million gallons per year for project scenario A, and that assumes all the non-residential buildings would be 100% office, 39 million gallons per year if the non-residential buildings were all R&D, and 49 million a year for the project variant if the non-residential buildings are 100% R&D. So Menlo Park Municipal Water purchases water from the regional water system operated by SFPUC, and there is an individual supply guarantee. It's 1,630 million gallons a year through 2034. The WSA looked into the reliability of the water supply, which is dependent on potential implementation of the 2018 Bay Delta Plan Amendment. And that if that is implemented, it would mean river flow requirements would reduce the water supply to the region by an estimated 49%. So the WSA looked at 2 scenarios, one where the Bay Delta Plan is implemented and one where it's not implemented. So Menlo Park Municipal Water's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan did not account for demand associated with the proposed project or the city's latest housing element update. So those were included in the WSA and compared to the projected future water demand. So this chart basically shows the scenario 2. So it's assumed all non-residential buildings would be 100% R&D. So during normal years, there would be sufficient supply with or without the Bay Delta Plan. But in single dry years, multiple dry years, there would be shortfalls both without the Bay Delta Plan amendment and with the amendment, the shortfalls would be greater. So Menlo Park Municipal Water plans to address supply shortfalls during dry years by implementing its water shortage contingency plan, and that was adopted in May 2021. So that mainly focuses on water demand reductions, public outreach, and keeping customers informed. The city would also utilize emergency supply wells during the stage 5 or 6 water shortages. And then there are also other plans underway. SFPUC and Menlo Park Municipal Water are looking at alternative water supplies. And West Bay Sanitary District is working on projects for recycled water. And so the recommended action is to adopt the resolution approving the WSA, which would not approve the proposed project. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sandemeyer, for that presentation. Are there any clarifying questions from city council members before we take public comment? Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. Does the model you developed here take into account water saving conservation efforts that are ongoing at the city level?
Maybe we have Pam Lowe here from the Public Works. Are you able to help with those questions?
Good evening. Can you repeat your question, please?
Yes, a question about the in the model that was shown and the discussion of the different options. Does that take into account ongoing and maybe increasing the current trend of water conservation and saving efforts the city is currently doing?
So the table, I believe the table that Karina just showed, if we can go back to that table. That table looks at normal demand, and what the comparison is, it actually does not apply. It just looks at normal water demand. So if we have a single year, it shows the impact of the reductions that we would have to see across our customer base for demand. And then it looks at multiple dry years. So it basically looks at normal year, dry year, multiple dry years. So it's normal.
I suppose the baseline of what normal is what I'm asking, because I also understand that I'm raising this because I serve on the Bosca board, and there have been questions raised about, are we taking into account ongoing trends that have actually reduced water demand through the Bay because of water saving measures? And so I was just curious if that's been included at all in how the city is looking at this.
I'm not quite sure how to answer that. I'm sorry. I need to think a little bit further about that. Okay.
No worries.
Okay.
We can go to public comment if that, or
Well,
other questions.
If I may, I can respond a little bit to that, not from an engineering level, but more from a kind of general planning level. So this may not fully answer your question, but in terms of the accounting for water usage at the site, so existing conditions are based on actual water usage, not projections. So some of the credits that Karina mentioned, that's going to take into account current trends in water use at the site specifically. Ongoing, the consultant would have modeled the water usage based on improvements that happen through that construction. So there's enhancements or improvements to within buildings, facilities using lower water flow, and so you'll see that in the data. So it does take into account code updates, but in terms of actual personal decisions on water usage overall, that's not going to be in the WSA.
Thank you. I was talking about the former, so thanks for clarifying that.
At this time, we need to take a vote or by acclamation, council members, that will go past 11. Thank you. And at this time, we'll take public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item N2, consider and adopt a resolution approving the water supply assessment for Parkline mixed-use master plan, proposed project and project variant. If you're participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on regular business item N2. Seeing no hands or cards. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And at this time, are there any other clarifying questions from council members? Yes.
Great. Just a comment here. One, I'm supportive of this. It makes sense to create backup supply in case of who knows what, especially with the variability that we will see in precipitation and ongoing conditions. I know a lot of the basis of this is trying to look at the contingency of, are we required to do the Bay Delta plan or not? I have my own reservations about some perspectives on the impact of the Bay Delta plan to the Bay. And I know that there are others who have shared that as well, but I think generally moving forward with this kind of project makes sense to me. And of course, alongside this, always encouraging through the city's great work to do water conservation and other things. So the shortfalls or the use of this water would not be as necessary. So I'm happy to go ahead and make a motion if that would be useful. I motion to move this.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Dorr and a second by City Councilmember Willison to adopt a resolution approving the WSA prepared for the Parkline mixed-use master plan proposed project and the project variant pursuant to and in compliance with California Water Code Sections 10901 and 10915. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peralta, Ms. Sandemeyer, and Ms. Lowe. Have a good evening. The next item on our agenda is N3, resolution to reduce the utilities user tax. Here to introduce this item is our Assistant City Manager, Stephen Stolte.
Thank you. So a year ago, the City Council reduced the utility users tax or UUT to 0% for a period of 12 months. Since that time, the city provided notice to all utility service providers. All of them have stopped collecting the utility users tax. The City Council took this action due to an ongoing court case. Currently, the city is not subject to a final judgment in that case. The previous resolution expires this month. So it's necessary to adopt another resolution tonight to retain that UUT rate of 0% for another 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you for that information and bringing it back to the dais. Are there any questions by City Council members before we take public comment? Ms. Herron, would you take public comment at this time?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item N3, resolution to reduce the user utility tax. Participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on regular business item N3. Seeing no hands or cards. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you. And if there are no questions or comments from City Council members, I will entertain a motion.
I move.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Combs and a second by City Councilmember Nash to adopt a resolution extending the reduction of the user utility tax to 0% pursuant to Section 3.14.130 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And at this time, we are going to move to, do I need to move the informational items?
If we take public
you-
comment on them now, we can close them out or we can push them to the next meeting.
And Mayor, again, with the two informational items, one's about the agenda topics, second about the police quarterly report. The chief is available online if there are questions. So part of it may be if there's even a desire from the public or the council to discuss either the two items. If you want to have that discussion, it could be a future meeting, but if there's no desire for discussion, then maybe you could wrap that up this evening or for a brief discussion.
That works for me this evening. Okay. Are there any? All right, I'll just go. Item P is informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the city council in staff's efforts to provide an update on matters of importance to the city council. Informational items are not action items. However, a council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask questions on any informational items. At this time, do we have any public comment on our informational items? Ms. Herron?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public would like to provide comment on informational items P1, City Council agenda topics, P2, the first quarterly report out for the police department. If you are virtual, please engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Final call for public comment on our informational items P1 and P2. Seeing no hands or cards. Mayor Taylor, please continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And our next item is item Q, is City Manager's Report. To introduce this item is our City Manager, Justin Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So there are a series of upcoming meetings that I would just like to emphasize this evening. So first one, I'll go in chronological order. The first one is Thursday, May 9th, is the second of two environmental justice meetings. The first one was held on May 2nd. So the second one is on May 9th, 6 to 8 p.m. at the Church of God on Hamilton Avenue. And again, with all these items, there's information on our website. The second item on May 11th is a housing resource fair at the Ivy Plaza from 1 to 4. So that's Saturday, May 11th, housing resource fair from 1 to 4. And then the last two, next Tuesday, there's been some reference to that. There's going to be a special council meeting. We believe that start time is going to be 5 o'clock. We'll confirm that when the agenda goes out this Thursday, but we're targeting a 5 o'clock start time where we intend to cover two of the items that were carried over from this evening, as well as a study session on the capital improvement program for next fiscal year. And then the last item, and probably the most exciting one, is that we are targeting the grand opening for the Belhaven Community Campus for Saturday, May 18th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So looking forward to that momentous occasion celebration with the community. That Saturday, May 18th, 11 to 2 at the Belhaven Community Campus at 100 Terminal Avenue. And those are the announcements for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Murphy. And the next item is item R, our City Council Member Reports.
Oh, Mayor.
Oh, excuse me. I moved pretty quickly there.
City Manager Murphy, the May 14th meeting, special meeting, it's coming as a little bit of a surprise to some of us on the dais.
I believe there was a polling that was done. See, we had confirmation that we had a yes from everybody.
Maybe there was a polling, but maybe we weren't
Okay.
confirmed for that.
Okay.
I think it was an old poll potentially. Well,
It may have taken a little while to get every response that we needed, where it's pretty, maybe we can
okay.
double check right now if there's, regarding the start time, if that is not a possibility, then we're gonna have to revisit a number of things. And I can work through that with you, but, yeah, there'll be kind of implications if we can't hold that meeting.
So confirming that's May 14th at 5 PM.
We have some flexibility on the start time for sure. So I think the most important thing is whether or not we can get all 5 of you there on the 14th, because if we can't, then we'll need to look for a different date. I apologize that we weren't able to confirm earlier.
I can make it.
Okay, so we can work through on the start time for sure, offline before Thursday. But the important thing is that we could meet at some point on the 14th.
Thank you, City Manager Murphy. It
Thank
looks like we're all available.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'll apologize for not giving you the earlier confirmation.
At this time, are there any city council member reports? Save it till next Tuesday. Right. We will do city council member reports next Tuesday, and at this time, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.